Hello, everybody. John LeBon here on Wednesday, the 29th of June 2016, to report live on the latest terrorist attack, which has apparently taken place in Turkey, a country of about 80 million people, at an airport in their largest city. And we're here to discuss it, look at the evidence to see if maybe this might actually be one of those real stories, or if it is yet another staged event or hoax, as we call it in this game. And I've got with me an old buddy of mine down there in Sydney. Sam, how are you today, my good man?
Very well, thanks. I just woke up and here we have it.
Yes, here we have it once again. And of course, this event officially took place just a few hours ago. So the information coming in through all of the major media news outlets is still a little bit fresh. So we're just going to take a look at it bit by bit and see what we can come up with. Now, the official story at this point, because the official story does always change rather rapidly, is that about 30 people have died and dozens more have been injured by 3 separate bombs and maybe some gunfire as well. So what we're going to do is just screen share a little bit of what we've got from the mainstream media just to get us started and get us all warmed up. So what we'll do now is go across to one of those mainstream videos just to get us all warmed up. Now, can you see this one coming up on your screen right now, CNN?
I've got your screen share and I'm not seeing it just yet.
All right, well, this one should come through. This is from CNN, and at the moment they're saying 28 dead, 60 injured. Just to get the official details in play, and then we can go from there. We'll play this one right now.
Terror and chaos at Istanbul's main international airport. Travelers inside Ataturk Airport running to safety after 3 suicide bombers blew themselves up, according to Turkish officials. Security cameras captured the moment of the blast. Others inside crouching down after the explosions. All 3 bombs exploded outside the airport building, according to Turkey's justice minister, with one attacker first shooting a gun before detonating himself. The U.S. State Department issuing a travel warning just a day before, pointing to the increased threat from terrorist groups throughout Turkey. Turkey, a NATO ally, faces a dual threat from ISIS and Al-Qaeda just across the border in Syria, and Kurdish separatist group Peekay. So far, none of the groups making a claim of responsibility.
Kurdish group Peekay. Now, hopefully that one came through to you and to the listeners there, Sam. So we've got them giving us the official story there. What do you make of it so far?
I'm a bit suspicious of Turkey because from memory, it was them who did a false, well, it might have been a hoax, but it could have been like a false flag attack on themselves where they put their own guns over into the Syrian border and fired back at themselves. So it was Turkey putting stuff in Syria and firing back at themselves to try and demonize Assad. And that was a couple of years ago, I think. And when they got caught out doing it, from memory, the Prime Minister, I don't know if it was Erdogan or someone else, shut down the internet in Turkey for a couple of weeks so that no one could even look at it. So they might be up to their old tricks again, but it's hard to tell because this has just come through.
Well, it's very funny that you should say that because it turns out that they're actually doing the same thing once again. I've got the Reddit live thread from their world news section, and apparently, I'll see if I can scroll to this. They're censoring their internet once again. They're throttling it as we speak. So people on the ground who would normally use Twitter or these other sorts of social media networks to communicate information, they're unable to do it at the moment, at least according to this. So I'll see if I can play this one as well. Now, hopefully that one came through to the listeners there. So that one's called Turkey Blocks, and they're saying that social media is now throttled in Turkey, denying access to information on Ataturk Airport terror attacks, hashtag keep it on. So the reason why I think that one is significant is because a lot of people would say, well, if there is any funny business going on, wouldn't people on the ground say something about it? There's a couple of reasons why the people on the ground might not say something about it, but in this particular case, it's even worse. Even if they wanted to, it seems as though they're struggling with their social media networks there, Sam.
I just dropped out for a second there. I refreshed the page to try and get that screen share that you were doing. I'm back on now, and so I guess you're not sharing at the moment, are you?
No, not at the moment. One of the people in the live chat said that the first video I shared didn't come through.
Yeah, it came through for me like a hall of mirrors type of effect, you know, like a repeating reflection that got smaller.
Yeah, sometimes these Google Hangouts, they're not the easiest technology to use, but I'm not complaining because at the end of the day, I can sit here and communicate with you and the whole world live, and it doesn't cost me a cent. And we should say as well that we are open to having other people join us on the panel today, Sam, if they want to come along and bring whatever mainstream footage they've found or YouTube footage they've found and have a chat about this particular event. I think it was about a week or so ago that you and I did the Orlando, what was that one, a shooting live coverage, and we had no way of knowing at the time what a big event that would be for the media cycle, and this one could well be another big event for the media cycle all over again. So the more people want to come along and join, the better. They're welcome to do so. Just contact me. You know how to get in touch with me, most of you anyhow, and we'll see if we can get you onto the panel. So Sam, have you got a video or a mainstream article there you'd like to share to get more information about this alleged bombing?
Well, I've got a bunch of tabs open, but I think it's a little bit harder to get a handle on compared to the American one. Maybe it's just a cultural thing, just because there's so many people, many more people, and so much more footage, and it's hard to identify because it's not a Western type of thing, because you kind of don't know how they operate in these countries and how many people would be available to help them if it is a staged one. So it's just a little bit harder to see from my point of view.
That's fair enough. Well, let me share with you then an article from the old Daily Mail. And it's my experience that when you're dealing with a potentially suspicious event, the Daily Mail are always a good first port of call to see what the official story is. So we'll take a look at this one now then. Is this one coming up on your screen?
Yes, it is.
This is from the Daily Mail. Death of a suicide bomber. Moment hero cop moves in to finish terrorist before fleeing for his life in Brussels-style attack by 3 men on Istanbul airport that left up to 50 dead and 147 injured. And we'll just go through some of their dot points there. And while I'm doing that, I'll check to see if this is showing up on the live stream. Let's take a look now. Yeah, that one is coming through. Fantastic. So we'll get back to this article. So the dot points are: warning, graphic content. 3 explosions rocked Istanbul's Ataturk airport in what officials say was a suicide attack shortly before 8 p.m. GMT. And I think it's about 3.5 hours ago, GMT, 8 p.m. Now, eyewitness saw a police officer wrestle attacker to the ground just moments before the blast shook the terminal. A total of 36 people are confirmed dead. However, this total is expected to rise to 50, according to Turkish officials. Reports tonight claim that ISIS is to blame for the attack, according to Turkish news agencies citing police sources. Turkish Airlines is the official airline partner of the Euro 2016 football tournament, currently being held in France. Now, let's take a look at some of the images, and we've got here a grainy CCTV footage image, and at least this one does look as though there is some kind of explosive involved in it. Of course, that's in contrast to the Boston Hoaxathon, where anybody who looks at the footage of the alleged bomb, Sam, will realize that they were nothing more than smoke bombs. What say you?
You see people setting off bombs on YouTube, you know, blowing up their back shed and stuff like that, and they're standing, you know, over 100 feet away, and the camera gets rained in bits of wood and crap that whizzes past it at high speed. You know, it's quite a very violent thing. None of these explosions you see have that type of effect of debris being thrown violently for a long distance.
Yeah, that's right. I guess what do they call it? Like the concussion, or the you know, like with an explosion, obviously the surrounding air is heavily affected by it, you know what I mean? Like a massive expansion of one area's pocket of air will push out the rest. And we don't see that in this image, although in defense of this image, it is very grainy. And I will say, like I said, the Boston bombings, you can just look at the bombings there and you can tell they're not real bombs. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. At least with this alleged bomb, it does look like it could be legitimate, would you say?
Well, from memory, the Boston bombing, there were plastic cups on the tables right near the explosion that were left unmoved with a little bit of beer in them. You'd expect with a bomb like this, you'd see people knock straight off their feet who were, you know, within 20, 30 feet of it. That's my guess.
Well, you're right about the Boston bombings. There was that footage immediately afterwards of, like you said, plastic cups that hadn't even been knocked at all. So the Boston bombings, anyone who looks at that with an open mind and, you know, any honesty whatsoever will say Boston bombings are fake. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. Those bombs were fake. But I would say with this bomb, it looks like it could be real. So I'll give it the benefit of the doubt for now. Moving on to the next footage, next photo, we've got a man walking with a child. It says, a man carries a wounded boy away from the devastated airport tonight after the explosions, after suicide bombers launched an attack. Now, they've pixelated out the child, and they do look to have what could be blood on their legs. And just like with the event last week in Orlando, Sam, at least this blood does look like a dark red that you would expect if it were blood, unlike, of course, the blood at the Boston bombings, which was that comical bright pink. What say you?
You said it.
All righty, we'll move on to the next one then. And this one, the caption is, let's have a look. Paramedics and Special Forces officers at the scene help more than 100 wounded at the airport, with Turkish officials saying the death toll will rise to 50. And so, again, they've pixelated out what we would expect would be the victims. What interests me here is no pools of blood, and anybody who's ever cut themselves in any serious way knows how quickly a body will ooze out blood. It just can't, it just doesn't stop. The blood just keeps coming and coming. Unless, of course, you're in a bombing in a major media event and there's no pools of blood, Sam.
Yeah, and you'd think there'd be more people around there too, because it's a crowded place. And I mean, they don't have enough. There should be at least staff holding off the crowds, or it's just very empty looking there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what do you notice about the glass behind?
Well, there's no reflections of people either.
No reflections of people, but also no cracked glass, neither from the bombs nor the bullets. The place looks like it'll be ready to go after a quick cleanup job.
Yep.
You know, with the Boston bombings, they if you look at some of the footage, some of the glass appeared to have been blown towards the bombs. Very amusing stuff. At least with this, there's just no glass debris at all. And straight away, I mean, look at this character. Does that look to you like a police officer or like some kind of military man?
Yeah, it's a military guy, and how does he manage to make it there faster than the doctors? And there's no kits. You don't see any kits. Like, they're medical guys. Where are their fishing tackle boxes full of defibrillators and bandages and stuff? You know, they bring loads of stuff to these events.
Yeah, very good question. It's almost as though the two groups of people who are fastest on the scene are the military men and the photographers.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said defibrillators. I don't know if that's part of the standard kit in the ambulance, but they do have boxes of crap. I know that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, they do have their little kits, whether it has defibrillators or not. They do have their kits. Like, you'd think they'd need them too. Whereas this guy, what's he? You know, he's got his vest on at least. I guess that's a start. I guess you could make the case, Sam, like they wanted to send in their military men first in case the bad guys were still around. Like, if we try and think.
Okay, but there'd still be crowds of other people who are qualified, semi-qualified, or just onlookers that are trying to lend a hand. And you see, Orlando, they're using 4x4 trucks to get people around, apparently. So this looks like everyone gets involved, and it's very dark there. You see, it's not very well lit. It doesn't matter if it's nighttime or daytime. Why is that particular area there not lit properly? And if it's because the lights have been blown out, why isn't there more plastic light moldings and stuff all over the floor? Or I don't get it. It's just
very good. You're right. It is very dark there, and it's an airport, so the whole place should be well lit. And the only reason the lights wouldn't be on would be either because they're broken or because they've been turned off. If they're turned off, who did it? Why? And how does it help them? And if they've been blown out, where's the debris? Very good point. This photo, I think, is an early contender for hoax proof of the event. But we'll keep going through. We'll have a look.
Oh.
Now, here's a photo of, I guess this is the old AK, isn't it, with the old banana cartridge. And it's just sitting there, Sam. What do you make of this one?
Well, the AK always gets featured. If it's not the Bushmaster or whatever it is, the AR-15's got to be the AK. So don't know why why it's been sawn off like that, or is that something sticking out the back? It's almost looks as though the you see, I don't know bugger all about guns. The handle, or whatever the hell you call it, it's been busted clean off, and there's something sticking out behind it. Unless that's something laying on the ground.
No, I think that might be just like an artifact of the digital photography. It looks like
a streak on ground.
I'm no expert with guns, but my understanding is that this is a typical look for your old AK with the old banana cartridge, and yeah, it's just sitting there doing nothing. But that's really no proof, neither here nor there. Now let's take a look at the footage that our friends at the Daily Mail are providing. We'll see if this one gives any clues, and I'll put this one to full screen.
Aşağıdaki en alt kablo 51 var. Buraya şu an 51 en alt kablolardan. Şu anda ağırdan özür diliyorum. 111'de gözükmüyor da ya. 111'de gözükmüyor.
Did you see what happened there? I'll replay this one. This is very interesting, Sam. So this is footage, supposedly, of one of the bad dudes. He's running along. He's got a gun in his hand. We can see people in front of him running away fine. So he's clearly not just picking people off one by one. He's going for a run. And then it looks as though someone gives him the old karate chop from behind. Check this out. Karate chop. He hits the deck, and his gun goes sprawling away like, I don't know, a couple of meters from him. Did you see that? I don't know if he's being shot from behind or if he's copying the old karate chop action. Just running around like a headless chook. Looks like he gets either shot or something's thrown at him from short range. And then the hero policeman, I'm sure we'll be hearing more about him. He comes along, checks him out. Does he shoot him? Doesn't look like it. Runs away. And then here's the fun part. Here comes the kaboom. Interesting. I reckon that little explosion is worth replaying one more time. Check this explosion out.
It's funny the way after the explosion slightly clears, the person holding the camera, if that's what they're filming it with, they haven't it hasn't moved position at all. It's still facing at the ground, so the person hasn't rotated themselves or dropped the camera down slightly at all. It's still pointed at the same spot.
Well, I guess the question is this footage from like a static CCTV camera or from a fixed position, or is it from someone, because it's from pretty high up, it's from well above eye height, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's shaking around. It's moving to the side, so it's not a fixed camera.
But is this, because you can hear, you know, you can hear the background like, you know, you can hear the noise in the background. Is this a bunch of guys in the control room or what have you, and someone's recording this with their phone off of the screen, and that's what causes the shaking? Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, like as a replay.
Look at this. Look at the top here. That looks like a screen. It looks like somebody's recording this off a screen.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, I see.
So I reckon this is the old static cam, and someone's recorded this sort of second hand. The question is, this guy dropping to the ground, it looks like he's copped like a ninja star to the neck, right? The hero cop is here. No, probably just shoots him from short range. The guy hits the deck, and then the gun flies out that way. Now, here's the issue, Sam. Usually with these events, my take on these things is that they're fake. They're made for TV movies. Nobody dies, nobody gets hurt, right? However, this footage does look like this guy is actually getting shot, because there's a distance between the hero and the dude hitting the deck. So unless it's all a choreographed thing, it looks as though the guy actually is getting hit by something. What say you?
I can't tell.
Yeah, well, I can't start going down the path of it's a mix sort of thing. That's Jeffrey's department. But it does look as though he gets hit by something, this guy. So, yeah, very interesting. So then the good guy, the superhero, the Carlos Arredondo dude comes along, squats down a little bit, runs away like a girl's blouse, and then boom! And the explosion does look like there's actual explosive involved in it. I mean, look at that. It looks like there's fire. So this one looks a little bit more well put together than the old Boston Hoaxathon. But we'll move on. We'll press on with this article. So CCTV footage appears to show the moment of the bomb going off in Istanbul. I haven't seen this one yet. This one should be good.
Muhtemelen bağırarak gidiyor. Allahu Ekber falan diye.
Oo, dur o zaman onu izleyeyim bir dakika. Başarılı.
What?
Bu aşağıdaki ikinci patlama değil mi? Değil mi?
Check this out.
Yok, patlama
Now
oldu.
there's a crowd around.
İnsanlar normale dönsün. Başlatalım hocam.
Yeah, I think we were right about the whole recording of a screen. The question is, whose screen? Like, if there's a big security control room, well, they're just letting in random dudes to record their screens straight up. Seems
No,
ridiculous.
that'd just be the staff.
Muhtemelen bağırarak gidiyor. Allahu Ekber falan diye.
Oo, dur o zaman onu izleyeyim bir dakika. Başarılı.
That looks ridiculous, bro. Now, for those of you who are listening to this as an audio, you're probably missing out because this footage is interesting. What they're showing is, you know, one of the terminals at the airport, sort of like, it looks like a baggage sort of collection area. And so in the screen, we've got maybe 2-3 dozen people all standing around. There's lots of support beams in the way, so you can't see the whole room. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see a big flash, but no one in the vicinity of the big flash seems to hit the deck. Let's take a look.
Bağırarak gidiyor. Allahu Ekber falan diye.
Bang, big flash.
Oo, dur.
No, everyone just sort of crouches and then runs.
Bu aşağıdaki
That's very suspicious. Let's look at that again.
Bir dakika, patlama olsun.
Muhtemelen bağırarak gidiyor. Allahu Ekber falan diye.
Now, it looks by this stage like lots of people are already running. So perhaps, like, you know, trying to follow the narrative here, they've already heard guns or they've already heard another explosion. Really, if an explosion as big as what they're purporting here, you'd think at least a couple of people would hit the deck.
Is
Bang.
this the same explosion as the other one?
What's that?
Is this the same explosion as the one we were looking at just before, or is it another guy blowing himself up?
Good question. I think this is a different one. And the official story right now is that there were 3 explosions. So let's check this one out in higher quality.
Bu aşağıdaki ikinci patlama değil mi? Değil mi?
So they've got it in rewind right now. Oh, I see. So this is in rewind. Now it's back in normal.
Koşuyor. Sırt çantası var.
Bang. Very interesting. All right. So so we've gone through a little bit of it so far. There's more to go through, but just based on what you've seen so far, Sam, what are your thoughts?
Can't tell, but based on what I've seen in the past over the last 5 years, it's more than likely a load of bullshit. But perhaps look at some of this YouTube footage too, because there's quite a bit of stuff that's just been released in the last hour. Perhaps I can try and queue up a video here and play it for you.
Why don't you do that? Why don't you queue up your next video or two? I know you've been looking into it before you went to air, and I'll just finish off this Daily Mail article just so we've got our foundation all set.
Yeah.
And a big warm welcome to everybody who's tuned in. More than 120 live viewers as we speak, Sam. So to all of you who've joined us late, we are opening up the floor to let others come and join us on the panel to have a chat about this event. Just get in touch with me via the usual channels. Those of you who've been following my channel for long enough know how to do that. So we've got another image here. It's from the taxi rank out the front, and it says ceiling tiles are scattered over the ground outside the international arrivals terminal, which was hit by 3 suicide blasts. And it does look like a bit of a mess, but to me, that's all it looks like. And once again, Sam, what do you notice about the glass?
Well, my mind is stuck on the fact that this one's got crap all over the floor, whereas the other 2 explosions we saw, there was nothing came raining down from the roof at all.
That's a very good point. So in this one, we've got all of the what do you call those things that sort of sit in one of these roofs? Planks, or they're too big to call them tiles, but you know, those big metal things or whatever they are. So they've all come down, made a big mess. It reminds me of, and people I'm about 28, to people out there my age, of was it Die Hard 3? I'm just trying to think, that video game on the original PlayStation. All the mess that would come down. In fact, I think in that video game, there was even a level that was in the airport, and we'll have to go back and look into that one a bit longer. But anyway, enough of all of that. So let's move on then. So this one has the police investigators begin to search the area where the explosions went off at the international airport in Istanbul shortly before 10 p.m. So there's a bit of mess on the ground there, a bit of debris. None of the wall tiles appear to be in any way affected. And they've got the clock there. What does that say? Looks like it says about 11:30, thereabouts, 25 past 11. And the next one, they're on the road. Crime scene investigators work next to a body after a suicide bomb attack killed dozens of people at Ataturk Airport. And sure enough, you've got your CSI type dudes, a little bit of tape and what have you, all of the mess of the roof tiles. Once again, what do you notice about the pool of blood or lack thereof, Sam?
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing there. And somebody in the live chat said, hey, JLB, have you been next to an explosion? And the answer is no, I have not. Anybody who has and has experience of being right next to an explosion, please join us on the panel, give us your thoughts. But what I have got experience with, both first-hand and second-hand, is blood loss from heavy wounds and from cuts. And I'm telling you, if someone's been shot, they should not be lying there without any blood lying around them. So the lack of the pools of blood right now, I think, is a big giveaway here.
And also in a crowded airport like that, you'd think that a lot of people, if they're not lying down on their back like that guy, they've dropped their bags and ran, you know? Like, so there should be like clusters of suitcase, like a suitcase on wheels, like, well, there's one there. But like, wouldn't you think in that particular spot that there'd be more belongings that had been just left as people had kind of ran away?
But I guess you might. This one looks like it's the taxi rank area. So I'm sort of suspecting at the moment that they're going to say the taxi rank area was where at least one of the bombs went off. And at least here you can see broken glass in the background. So this might actually be an area where something legitimately did happen. The issue, of course, always comes down to the victims or the alleged victims. Did anybody die or get hurt? So even if we can find enough evidence that shows that there was some damage done to the area, even if we can find enough evidence to suggest to us that some kinds of explosives did go off, the big question is, can we find proof that anybody died or got hurt? And so far, Sam, we've looked at a few photos and a few videos, and I'm saying that I haven't seen any evidence of anybody dying or getting hurt. What say you?
Who are these guys here? Are they like forensics guys?
Well, that's what they're supposed to be, according to the caption. Crime scene investigators.
Well, if anyone's worked, unless this guy's missing his head, and there should be some blood if he is, like, it doesn't look as though there's been any medical people around him, you know. He doesn't have anything wrapped around him. There's no tools around him. I mean, did they just walk up and realize he's just dead and that's that, and now they're just going to take a photo of him?
Yeah, that's a good question. They've got a couple of dudes there, one taking a photo, one taking video, one taking notes. One guy, don't know what that guy's doing. But yeah, good question. What actually are they doing? Like, if it's only 3 hours after the event and they still don't even know the official death count, are they assigning entire teams to dudes who are dead? Yeah, good question. Mind you, there could be a plausible explanation for that, but it's something to keep in the back of our mind.
A stretcher or something like that, you know?
Yeah, well, someone tried to tell me once that you don't actually declare people dead and sort of just leave them there. The idea is that you still try and resuscitate them, etc., and they're declared dead at the hospital. But I don't know if that's sort of the protocol in every country, or if in some countries it's just, oh yeah, walk up to the guy, even though we've got ambulances lying around, we just declare him dead now and sort of walk on to the next. I don't know what their protocol is, but we'll press on. Next photo here is an ambulance, and it says, ambulances rushed to the airport after blasts this evening, in which more than 100 people are now said 2 have been injured, and yeah, that's an ambulance. Nothing too suspicious there, I suppose. And here we go at the front of the Istanbul airport. It says our lounge in Istanbul is bigger than some airports, and the caption is that police officers and ambulance crews outside the international arrivals terminal, which was struck in what officials say was a terror attack. And I do apologise if that garbage truck out the front of my place is coming through. That should pass in a couple of minutes. Now, they've got a whole bunch of their police standing around, as police want to do, and one guy who I suppose is getting some kind of first aid treatment. Anything suspicious in this photo, Sam, or can we press on?
They don't seem to be in a hurry to go anywhere. I was still hung up on the picture of that last guy lying on his back. He didn't have a mark on him. Like,
well,
if he's been blown off his feet, why doesn't he have like just like a bit more dusty looking, you know? If he's been cut, then why isn't there any blood anywhere, like on his clothes, while he's put his bloody hand on his face and then on his shirt? Is the medical staff with all those ambulances not there, but the forensic people, if that's what they are, have turned up before the ambulance have even got a look at him.
Well, I guess one plausible explanation for that, Sam, would be maybe he died not from blood loss or from a direct impact injury, but like maybe the blast gave him a heart attack and he just dropped dead. Do you know what I mean? In which case, perhaps there shouldn't be blood. So I guess there are some plausible explanations for this, but as we start looking through the evidence bit by bit, we might be able to build up what they call a preponderance of evidence, Sam. So we'll get back to this one here. And here we go. This one's interesting. Now, the caption is, bodies lie on the pavement outside Istanbul's international airport after explosions and gunfire shook the terminal, injuring and killing scores of people. Now, they've got the pixelation going here. And finally, it looks as though we might have found ourselves some blood. They've got the wheelchair there. They've got a lady in white, no blood on her whatsoever. And is this what their medics look like over there? I guess it might be. I mean, they're a Muslim country. I'm reliably informed, so maybe they've got lady paramedics who still wear the headgear. That's kind of cool in a way if you think about it. And that's really all that's happening in this photo as far as I can tell. Sam, what say you?
Yeah, I can't get any much out of it. I don't know what they've cordoned off there, but you know, whatever. Suitcase is just no, I can't see anything from it. Sorry.
No, there's plenty of photos, man. No need to apologise. So we'll move on to the next one here. And this one says that dozens of paramedics helped the wounded following the airport attack, which left at least 140 people wounded, with the death toll expected to rise to 50. And it wouldn't be a major media event without a trolley with nobody on it, Sam.
Yeah, like the ones that were wheeling out of the Lint Cafe and then carrying Marcy and Mikhail at the same time, even though they had stretchers available.
Yeah, just like that one. Just like a lot of events, you always seem to find at least a couple of photos of trolleys that either have nothing in them or they've got a couple of things like his kit bag or whatever with a sheet over the top, almost as though it's meant to make it look like there's someone there. But with this one, it's pretty clear. There's no one on the trolley. And there's about, what's that, 7 or 8 people dressed in white who are just standing around. And nothing too conclusive in this one, but interesting nonetheless.
So what is it, like over 100 people 140 people wounded, 50 people dead, and these guys don't have anything to do?
Yeah, exactly. Like these guys are just standing around, and I mean, look, again, we'll try and look at it from the plausible explanation perspective. They might say, well, all of these people have just been called to race to the scene from nowhere. The logistical organisation hadn't been all worked out, so there were some groups of people who, for a short period of time, were being waited to be assigned to a certain part of the airport or something. And this particular photo was just taken while they were doing nothing. I guess you could make a case against it, but again, you make a good point, Sam. If there's as many people wounded as we're told, you wouldn't think these people would be standing around doing nothing.
No, the logical thing, well, I say logical reservedly, but like is that they've got more than 190 ambulances on scene, and those guys are not wanted because they're the 200th ambulance that's turned up. Well,
that's right, isn't it? If you're going to try and pull off an event like this, It might be difficult to convince every paramedic in the city to be on board, but you wouldn't have to. You'd get a couple of these types of dudes in on the whole thing, and all of these guys who are legitimate, they really think they're there to help, they're standing around doing nothing. So there's plausible explanations either way. And speaking of these dudes, let's have a look. Around 30 ambulances arrived at the scene to rush the dozens of people wounded in the explosions at the airport to the hospital. And so if that's the case, I would imagine then that this is supposed to be a photo from the hospital. You wouldn't be carrying her in a trolley towards the airport. And this is an interesting type of trolley, isn't it? Is this a paramedics trolley? I don't pretend to know. But we've got the old lady there, and doesn't really, the photo doesn't make it clear what's wrong with her, Sam.
No, I think she's just probably a bit old.
Yeah, just an old lady. I'll tell you what, imagine that this event is real, by the way, which it could be. It could be. You never know. Yeah. This could be a real event. If it were a real event and there were really people who were dead and wounded and you were trying to race them into a hospital, how would you feel about all of these galahs with their cameras with the bright lights? It's like, guys, there's 140 people wounded back there. Put down the cameras. Try and help us out. You clowns. But anyway, we'll move on. Here we go. Another photo of another guy in a trolley. And does that look like a standard issue paramedics trolley to you? It almost looks like an actual hospital trolley to me, but I don't pretend to know, Sam.
Yeah, it does look a bit heavy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a hospital trolley. Now, maybe it is a paramedics trolley, and again, I don't pretend to know, so if anyone out there has information, please get it through to us. But this almost looks like the kind of trolley you would see inside of the hospital, as though they've wheeled it out, and now they're wheeling it back in for the cameras.
Yeah, you're not getting that into the back of an ambulance very easily, I don't think.
Yeah, well,
they're meant to be designed that you bang into the edge of the ambulance and it folds itself up.
Yeah, exactly. So, mind you, like, again, it's not proof positive because I don't pretend to know, but it just does look suspicious to me. Of course, Sam, the idea is we can sit here and ask our questions and make our points, and I'm more than happy for someone out there to give me answers. And if I'm wrong about anything, I'm always the first person to admit that I'm wrong if someone can show me how. So anybody out there, if this is the kind of trolley you would find in an ambulance, by all means, please point it out. I'll admit that I'm wrong. But in the meantime, if it does turn out that this is not an ambulance trolley, then you've got to think through a couple of steps here. Why is it outside of the hospital, and why are they wheeling it in? Questions that we can come back to later once we know what's going on with the trolley. Now, here we go, the old wide shot, you know what I mean? The old wide angle shot. You get to see the entire foreground and background, I suppose, if you like. And we've got a couple of dozen people walking around. It's almost, Sam, like a where's Wally? There's about 30 or 40 people in this image, a couple of ambulances, and not a great deal of blood, although there's a guy on the ground just laying there. So there's something. What do you make of this one?
What I make of it is that there's a crap. If this thing is not a real event, it's a massive operation. It's a massive operation, and it could only be done in a country where they had a crap load of control over, over their own people, so that you just don't question it. You don't go near it. You don't question it. You don't talk about it on social media. There's no other way they could do something on this scale.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people, if they've never been exposed to the idea that there are staged events, right? Like things like Boston bombings, you don't really need to look very far into that one. If you're being honest with yourself, to realize that the whole thing was a phony fake show, nobody died, nobody got hurt, right? Some of the evidence against that one is very compelling. And so now that you and I know stuff like that, it's easy for us to sit here and just look over the photos and the videos and just ask the question, is it real, is it fake? It's not a big deal to you and me. But to people who would live...
being honest with yourself, it's more of a question of just spending hours and hours and hours, so that no matter how hard you try and lie to yourself, it's just not going to work.
Sure, and you and I we can talk about the psychology behind people believing the news later on in the show. But the point I'm making is that if somebody's new to this, one of the first questions that would go through their mind is something like, well, if it's a fake event, how could all of these people be in on it? Why wouldn't some of them speak?
But that's a legitimate question.
It is a legitimate question, and the answer in response to that from me, and you can give yours in a moment, Sam, is, well, you wouldn't need all of these people in on the event, would you? In fact, everybody in this photo, just say it was staged in one way or another, it could be the case that every single person in this video completely believes the event was real. You'd only need a small group of people in on it, the main actors in the show, if you like, and then everybody else, they'll have adrenaline going through their blood. Some of them will feel special because they were there, they were helping, they were on the scene. They've got stories to tell their friends, their family. They can't wait to tell people how they were involved. And the rest will more or less take care of itself, Sam. What say you?
It's always a question of where's the cutoff line between the people who are involved in the operation and the people who are, like you said, not involved. It's hard to tell, Like I remember with Sydney Siege, that there were people coming and placing flowers days after that looked as though they actually were part of it, but that's just a mind-numbing thing to contemplate. I mean, a lot of the stories are bolstered by people who say, I was in the city that day. I know the DJ who was at the Orlando thing. I was on the other side of the wall in the hospital. They're the people who don't know. I tend to think that anyone who was actually in the proximity, the immediate proximity, was involved. I mean, if I was there and I was not part of the operation, I'd be looking around going, well, what the hell's going on here? Like, this just looks really weird, and talking to people and swapping mobile phone numbers with people saying, yeah, like, we'll chat about it later. And maybe that doesn't matter if you do that. Maybe you just get brushed off and you walk away just with a head full of questions and no one listens to you, and you make a little YouTube video and no one watches it, and that's that. To answer your question, I'm not quite sure, because this is a big event, a lot of people.
Yeah, there are a lot of people. And so take the Sydney Siege, for example. If people want to, they can go check a video on my channel from about a year ago, I think, where the mainstream media admitted quite openly that they were the ones who started the Flower Memorial, which became one of the centerpieces of the entire narrative of that event. To refresh people's minds, the Sydney Siege, a couple of people died, a few other people got hurt at a Lindt Cafe in Australia. Was it late 2014, if memory serves? And anyhow, the point is that following that event, there was mass mainstream media coverage of it around the world, but especially here in Australia. And so what happened was people started leaving flowers near where the event took place. And that flower memorial became so big, it was actually the center of the story for a couple of days there. People leaving flowers, grieving, crying for people they'd never met, thanks to the brainwashing they were copying from the TV. Now, I found footage of the mainstream media, a journalist and a photographer in particular working for one of the major media companies, who admitted quite openly that they started that flower memorial themselves. And if people want documentation of this, they can just check it out on my channel. I'll provide a link underneath this video here on my YouTube channel right now. People can go and check that out. So the vast majority of people leaving the flowers, they actually were taking part in it as though everything was real. They thought it was real. They were going along, leaving flowers, crying, all the rest of it, etc. They were oblivious. It only took a couple of people at the start to get the ball rolling, and everybody else took care of the rest of it for them. They were making the story. In other words, a couple of people knew what they were doing. They got the story started, but most of the people involved in that flower memorial were completely oblivious. And that's analogous to an event like this, where you don't need a couple of people in on the act, and everybody else, they're just happy to be there. And I'll give you an example. Suppose that there's a plane that goes missing. Just check out your Facebook or your Twitter feed and notice how many people say something like, oh, I flew on that airline 2 years ago. They could have been me. Or, oh, I just got back from Europe a couple of weeks ago and this plane going missing sends chills down my spine, or whatever nonsense. Humans, many humans have this natural desire to feel like they're part of something. And once they feel that way, the critical thinking about the event itself disappears. The fact that they feel a connection to it actually elevates them, almost in a social status type of way of, oh, I was there. So every single one of these turkeys, if this were a fake event, we've got to stop using the word turkey now, clowns, for obvious reasons. Every one of these clowns could fully believe it was all real. And the fact that they were there now means they've got a story to tell themselves and to tell the world. And they're much less likely to think critically about what's going on than somebody else might be. Does that all make sense to you, Sam?
Yeah, I just wonder how they would regulate the people who are not in on it from getting involved and sticking their head in ambulances and grabbing people. Like, I've turned up at a couple of car accidents and stuff, and not even just got like climbed into cars and got myself covered in blood and stuff. And if I was turned up to a thing and there was like some completely wrecked car and there was a few people who were in there that were just totally spotless in a crushed car, I would think that there's something seriously wrong, and I'd be turning to the ambulance and saying, what's the fucking deal here? Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, you might, Sam, and I might, but we need to remember that most people, it never even occurs to them to question what's on the TV, what the government says.
Yeah, but we're talking about what's right in front of your face. And I don't have to say I've got the answer. We're talking about people who are not involved in it, who are in immediate, they're like real close, and they're running around looking for things to do, people to help, people to grab onto, taking amateur footage, talking to people, quizzing out the cops and the army people. But maybe in a place like Turkey, like I said before, it doesn't matter what you walk away with because no one's going to listen to you anyhow. And if you kick up a stink about it, everyone knows what happens.
Well, not just a country like Turkey, even a country like Australia, mate. I can show people, I have shown people the footage, the news coverage from the Sydney siege immediately following the event starting. And I've shown people how the story changed dramatically with regards to the sniper, the cameraman, etc. The story changed dramatically. I've shown people that, like a compilation of the footage from the day showing how the story changed, how dramatically it changed, etc. These people, they blink a couple of times and they don't care, man. So it's not just Turkey, it's any country. Most people
explained away because people say that the news is always changing their story, like the weather forecast gets changed on the hour. So they put down all those discrepancies to the news just screwing up. Same with Orlando, the way that story changed the whole time about, you know, him being in the club and his boyfriend and all the rest of it.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying to you is, like, okay, these people would not want you or me there. They wouldn't want people who aren't involved, too many of them poking their heads around, etc. But firstly, anyone who is there, what are they going to do if they see something they're not supposed to see? Right? They're not thinking critically about what they're seeing to begin with. But secondly, there's not really that many people there to begin with anyhow. There's a few dozen, and as we'll see in one of the later articles, they even say quite clearly they're not letting anyone in. All they're doing is allowing emergency flights to the airport to leave, but they're not letting people into the area. So,
if this is like Orlando, it's quite likely that hours before this thing ever took place, that the entire, 2-kilometer radius of the airport was completely shut down. I can't remember where I heard about it, but apparently Orlando, that you couldn't even get anywhere near that place before it even happened.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we've got another image here. Ambulance crews ferry the wounded away from the terminal. The wounded are believed to include a number of police officers and security personnel, as they always do. And once again, we've got a guy being walked away in a wheelchair rather than an ambulance trolley. Now, we saw this a lot at the Boston bombings as well. The Jeff Bowman missing an entire leg, missing 2 legs, actually, if memory serves me. And he's being walked away in a wheelchair, which is utterly ridiculous. In this case, can we make a plausible explanation as to why, if we assume this guy's wounded, as to why this guy would be walked away in a wheelchair rather than an ambulance trolley, Sam?
Well, he doesn't have a mark on him, and look at his complexion of his face and his composure. He's just chilling there, and we haven't seen any injuries in any of the footage so far.
No, you're quite right. All right, well, we'll press on here. And they've got their military man with his submachine gun. Turkish Special Force members secure the area after a suicide bomb attack at Ataturk Airport in Istanbul. I'm starting to get the impression, Sam, I might have stuffed up with the title of this video. Remember how with the Orlando one, I forgot to put in, was it Orlando? There was a certain keyword I didn't put in the title, which probably cost me. With this one, I'm going to have to go and add Ataturk. I think Ataturk is one of the keywords for this event. What say you?
What's Ataturk? Is that the name of the airport?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, chuck it in.
Yeah, I'll have to chuck it in. But yeah, anyway, so a guy with a gun, we see this a lot, big deal. And we move on here, and we've got Turkish police officers stand outside Istanbul's Ataturk Airport, where scores of people have been injured or have died in a major and coordinated attack. And at least here we've got some broken glass now, and starting to look a bit more like a real event when you see photos like this? What do you reckon?
Well, I don't know where this explosion is, because the last time you showed me all those panels that were all over the taxis, in the taxi rank outside.
Well, that's what it looks like again, mate, because it looks like this is a vehicle of some type in that rank, and we're looking into the airport from the rank.
Yeah, but didn't you tell me before there was no broken glass in that taxi rank picture we looked at before with the panels all on the ground?
Very good pick. I'm going to write that one down, actually. So we've got broken glass at the rank. Interesting. Yes, you're quite right. So how can you have no broken glass than broken glass? It might be from a different area.
Somewhere, yeah, somewhere else.
Now, forensic officers enter the terminal where 3 suicide bombers earlier opened fire and detonated suicide vests at Ataturk Airport. Okay, so they're not just suicide bombers. These guys were wearing the old suicide vest, Sam.
Yeah, I kind of got that from the start. I mean, isn't that the way you do it?
I suppose so. If you've been watching too many movies, you put on the old suicide vest. And, I mean, but how much explosives can you really carry on a vest, though? Like, wouldn't it make more sense to carry them in bags?
I don't know anything about bombs.
Well, neither do I, other than you'd think the more volume, the more explosive, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'd take your luggage trolley.
Yeah. You'd take the full 20 kilo or 18 kilo check-in luggage, wouldn't you? Yeah, interesting, but nothing too suspicious in this photo. They've got all the ambulances piled up. I think was it Boston bombings? There was an event where the photo of all the ambulances. Oh, it might have been Sandy Hook, where there's no way for the ambulances to get out. You know what I mean? And you've got to give these paramedics a little bit of credit. You'd think they'd know enough to realise they've got to park their ambulances, firstly in a way that they can get out quickly, but secondly so they're not blocking any of their other paramedic mates. Anyway, we'll move on to the next one here. And again, lots of damage. This one looks a lot more legitimate. It says forensic officers work outside the airport terminal where 3 terrorists detonated explosive vests after opening fire with Kalashnikovs. Oh, how do you like that one? And yeah, they've got the dudes standing there looking around. Is that meant to be like a sheet over a body?
I guess so. And that's quite convincing, that the blood there in the gutter, not very much of it, but...
Well, at least there's a little bit there. So it's almost like as we go through the photos, they get slightly less ridiculous one by one. And we're almost finished this article, then we'll move on to your videos. So this one is from outside the airport. Lots of ambulances lined up. They look like they're lined up in a way that they could get out quickly. So that looks legitimate to me. A few people standing around there. And you notice that inside the airport is still really well lit, Sam.
I'm searching out these videos to queue.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll just get through this one as quick as I can. So they've got all of what I would imagine are taxis lined up, all the damage, and we'll move on. Another photo from inside. Still looks like there's plenty of smoke around, which is interesting. There might have been an element of smoke to these bombs, Peekay Boston smoke bomb style. Now we've got taxis ferried the wounded away from the airport after it was targeted by 3 suicide bombers in what has been described as a major and coordinated attack. So they're wheeling this poor victim away on a luggage trolley. Yeah, I like that one. Fantastic. So yeah, that was a comical one. I might come back to that one later. And then they say that Turkish Airlines is the official airline partner of the Euro 2016 football tournament currently being held in stadiums across France. Pictured are stills taken from the Turkish Airlines Euro 2016 publicity. And I don't pretend to know too much about international football. Is that the Turkish kit? I've got no idea. But either way, yeah. So for the rest of the Euro event, every time people see Turkish Airlines, I guess the idea is to think of Turkey's airport, and this one will be right there in their minds, whether or not they realise it. So very clever stuff. And I guess if this were a real event, full credit to the terrorists for thinking through this one, if they did think through this one. And if it is a staged event, another mass mind control effort targeted at manipulating these people into a fear-based belief system, then good on the people behind this one, because look at this, Turkish Airlines, that's worked out perfectly for them, hasn't it? And then they've got another photo from the advertising for that. And we just get through these ones as quick as we can now. Some dudes directing traffic, no big deal. More footage from outside of the event. Looks like a guy with a balaclava. Lots of damage, a couple of bags strewn around. Looks fairly legitimate to me, that particular photo. Then we've got what looks like a lovely blonde-haired lass carrying around her floral bag, and a few other dudes sitting around saying, well, what do we do now? All flights from the airport have been grounded following the horrific attack on a Tuesday night, which saw more than 140 people injured. And you've got to have the crying lady. So we've got a woman cries outside Istanbul's Ataturk airport, where 3 terrorists sprayed bullets at the terminal before detonating suicide vests. Passengers comfort each other. You know, these are all stock standard for the Daily Mail. The guy with his head in his hands, that's stock standard. Relatives of the bomb attack victims wait outside Bakırköy Sadi Konuk Hospital for news of their loved ones after the blasts. And just more generic photos. The man holding the child, that's a pretty stock standard one. Hello, hello. People cower on floor at Istanbul airport after bomb blast. This one is 1 minute 15, Sam. I'll play this one and then we'll switch straight to your one. How's that sound?
Yep.
What on earth is this nonsense? We've got a whole bunch of people sitting down on the floor of the airport. What on earth? That was weird. I've always wondered, who buys clothes at an airport? This seems weird to me. Sit down. If there's a gunman on the loose, what would you be sitting down for? You'd be a sitting duck, wouldn't you? This is very strange. Very strange indeed. Yes, so nothing conclusive there, but very weird all the same. And one more video, Sam. It says security tightened after blast at Istanbul airport. Let's check it out. Oh, hello, hello. We've got the planes, the dude in the white, a bunch of dude in white, planes. Yep. Yeah, all very inconclusive, isn't it? Here we go. Holidaymakers gather outside the airport on Tuesday night, where they wait anxiously for further news following the explosives. Look at all these people with their phones. That's the thing too. Even if their social networks have been throttled, they still have phones that can take video footage. So there should be a plethora of video footage hitting the internet over the next couple of days, one would think. And we'll just quickly get through these photos here. Dude with his gun pointing somewhere. An armed Turkish police officer. Police, and that is the article and the comments. Oh, I always love reading these comments from the morons. Here we go. Let's have a look. No doubt the mainstream media will link this to Brexit one way or another. Okay, that's a fair enough comment, I suppose. Only wish once down the police officer security had but another round in his head immediately to prevent the bomb vest being activated. Turkey has always been a hotbed of conflict. Here we go. Stephanie RN from North Carolina says, my heart goes out to all the innocent people once again slaughtered for just living their normal lives by these disgusting acts by cowards who have no respect for life, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. We are all given one precious life to take this journey, and so I'm so sorry yours has ended this way. Tears once again flow for those who lost their lives and for their families. I'm so sorry you have to endure such awful pain. So sorry. Prayers to all. Stephanie Ba from Charlotte, North Carolina, United States, 18 minutes ago. So, Sam, that's the Daily Mail. Always the best first port of call.
I just wanted to interrupt for a second. Peekay wants to join us, if that's all right.
Oh, I'd love for that to be the case. Peekay, I'm sure all of our listeners are familiar with Peekay. He's down there in Victoria. And that would work out pretty well, actually. Our 3 most populous states, 1 representative from each, and just over 200 live viewers as we speak. So if you want to share the link with Peekay Sam, by all means, he's welcome to join us. Although I will just say a little thing ahead of time. To make this one more family-friendly, we're trying to keep the expletives to a reasonable minimum. How's that one sound?
Sounds good. How do I invite Peekay in?
Well, all you need to do is to go to the little add person thing at the top and then just copy that and send it through to him on Skype. I can even do it myself while we're speaking, actually. While I'm doing that, what do you make of the first hour or so of the show, Sam?
Good. It's just a bit slow going because, you know, we don't know what the hell's going on and may never find out. But while you're inviting Peekay, perhaps I can try and screen share some of this slightly more amateur footage and stuff.
I think that's a great idea. So what we'll do is just to make sure there's no dead air. I do hate dead air. I'll send this link through to Peekay, and I'll just send a little message as well. You know, expletives to a minimum, just to make it easier for people to listen to. I think that is an understandable thing to ask of Peekay. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to help us out with that one. And so, yeah, with screen share there, Sam, you just go to the green screen on the left-hand side, and then you click on the window that comes up, and Peter's telling me he'll be here in 5 minutes. So we can look forward to Peekay joining us on the panel. So while I'm talking here, Sam, how's the screen share going? There we go. You got it worked out? I'll now go present to everyone. So what's happening now is your screen is up. So if you want to play those videos, we'll take a look.
Can you see the video playing?
Yeah, bro.
Good.
But there's no audio.
Well, maybe there isn't.
And so, yeah, just to avoid the dead air there, what we've got is footage from a guy who calls himself D-Man Gaming. And it says Istanbul airport, a video of a suicide explosion, new footage. And doesn't really... do you want to replay that one and see if you can get it big screen there, Sam? We'll see if we can make something of it. Should come through, no problems. So, yeah, it looks like it's from a desk from within the airport. And it looks as though people are already acting under duress. So obviously something's happened before this.
Well, maybe he shouted out the legendary Allahu Akbar. So
the old Allahu Akbar. You know you're in trouble when you hear that one being shouted loud at an airport. And a bit of smoke as well. These seem like the kind of bombs that release a lot of smoke. Again, I don't pretend to know the first thing about bombs. I do wonder what kind of explosives release that much smoke, other than, of course, the stage prop smoke bombs, as we saw in the Boston Hoaxathon. So that's an interesting one. Anything else? You got one lined up for us there, Sam?
I haven't watched them, but we'll see.
Here we go. So this one is from Associated Press. It says rising death toll in Turkey airport. The woman crying on the phone. Yeah, you really don't have an event without a woman crying on a phone. The nondescript woman crying on a phone. And there's their big trolley. They might actually have that. Those might actually be ambulance trolleys, dude. Like, that's the second one that we've seen. So maybe they're these new fangle-dangle, lightweight, but bulky ambulance trolleys. So perhaps we've found the plausible explanation we were looking for. And this one's just sort of random footage at night time from outside the airport, and a whole bunch of ambulances racing to or from the scene, as the case may be. And again, really nothing conclusive at this stage. You would think 4 hours after the event, there would be footage of people missing arms or missing legs or suffering severe blood loss, but we've seen none of that so far, Sam.
No injuries.
No injuries. Now, what I might do while we're talking is I'll go and see if Live Leak has anything, Because some people will make the case, oh, well, you know, they're not going to show.
The Ataturk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, some people will make the case, oh, you won't find anything really bad on YouTube or on Daily Mail. Don't show the really bad stuff, right? Even though they had Jeff Bowman on the front page of newspapers after the Boston bombings, which completely destroys that ridiculous claim. That is a claim that some people will make. So we'll see if we can find anything else. And I've just
I'm always perplexed by Live Leak because, unless I'm completely mistaken, there's a lot of ex-military people and stuff like that on there. And you'd think that they, with their backgrounds, would sort of be skeptical and have a keen eye and stuff. But they shill so hard for some of these fake events. I just don't get it. I mean, you could easily make the argument that, yeah, that's because they're real and Sam, you're stupid, and that's the extent of it. You know, I can handle that, but it just doesn't add up. There are just so many events that are just plain rubbish, and they post them on Live Leak. And these people with pretty keen wits too, a lot of the commenters, just buy in almost every time.
Mate, I've been struggling lately. I've been trying to get into this alt-right, these people who are awake to sort of racial reality and awake to the JQ, but they still believe that things like Orlando are real. And it's difficult, man. You're listening to people, you're like, you sound smart. You sound like you're thinking for yourself. You've worked out that you can't trust the media or the government. And yet, when the media and the government tell you that some random Muslim gay guy killed 50 other gay dudes in a gay bar, you just believe it without even asking the first question. It's crazy stuff. Now, what I've done is I've just found a video that I think does actually show what you and I are looking for, Sam. I think I found it. Check this out. I'll go to screen share now. Just give me a second. I'll go to stop presenting for you, and I'll go to present for me. Where are we there? Google Hangouts.
Did you send the invitation to Peekay?
Indeed, I did.
Very
now,
good.
let's have a look. Is this one? Hold on. I've got to make sure it's coming up full screen. So present to everyone. There we go. Now, check this one. This is from Live Leak. I just watched it while we've been talking. And this one does make me think that we might actually be dealing with a real event. Check this one out. Oh, and I should say, if you're a little bit queasy about blood, turn away now. All right, pause it there, Sam. What do you see?
I don't see anything. Just a mess.
Dude, that guy looks like he's bleeding. That guy looks like he's bleeding. And of course, we're meant to infer that these two are dead. This does at least look more legitimate than most of the other stuff that we've seen.
Can you make that full screen?
I already have.
Okay, well, it's not coming through to me.
That's weird. Hold on a second. We'll see if it's coming through to our friends in the live chat. And I'll just refresh that one now. Let's have a look.
Okay. Yeah, I can see now. Sorry about that.
No, that's cool, man. Let's have a look. We're up to 14 thumbs up, 14 thumbs down. And yeah, the people in the live chat can definitely see this. So I'll go back to pause there. Now back to a Live Leak. And yeah, so that looks pretty legitimate to me. I mean, okay, let me rephrase that. This looks far less ridiculous than most of the other stuff that we've seen, right?
Yeah.
Mind you, that's me trying to give these guys the benefit of the doubt. How can you have all these people standing around on their phones and nobody tending to these two or putting blankets over them? Do you know what I mean? That's a bit weird. But anyway, we'll watch the rest of the video. And again, this is coming to us live. So this is coming to us via Live Leak. So there are the two bodies again. That does look like a pool of blood there to give these people the benefit of the doubt. To give
But didn't we already see this frame before that had the taxis, the mess of the those things from the roof, and then the glass? So now you're looking at it from the opposite angle, right?
Yep.
But last time, why would the person take the footage from that side without focusing on those bodies, assuming that they'd already been lying in that position when ever since the explosion went off?
Actually, that's a good point. What we'll do is, once we've watched this full 2-minute video, we'll come back to this frame, then we'll compare it to the frame that we saw at Daily Mail, see if we can put some of these jigsaw pieces together. But yeah, I mean, it's just people standing around near dead bodies. Now, okay, here we go. Are they the same two bodies? Because if they are, we're starting to build up an idea of the scene, if you like. They might well be the same two bodies. So you've got this road, then you've got the road closest to the terminal with the taxis. Do you know what I mean? So this is like the second road from the building itself. So we'll keep that one in mind. And you've got your ambulance right there. Okay, so this is 3 different bodies. And this time, that looks like a pool of blood there. So that could be legit. But the shirt is white. And still, it looks like it came straight out of an Omo wash, Omo cold power. And then we've got these 2 guys here. This guy's spread like Jesus, looks to be covered in blood. And then another guy as well. It's harder to make out his body. What does all of this say to you, Sam?
I can't see it. For some reason, I'm just stuck on a photo of those 2 bodies lying on the ground.
Okay, that's a shame. Well, we'll come back to this one later anyhow. And I think this video could be the most useful one that we've seen so far. You did point out you thought it was weird that people didn't just leave their luggage behind. Well, there's plenty of luggage here, so that does seem to fit in with the narrative of people running away and screaming and what have you. We've got another body here, another body there, so the body count is starting to mount. This is the guy who looked like he was in the Jesus position earlier. So it wouldn't be too hard if we sat down with a pen and paper to sort of recreate this scene, which might be worth doing for some of the more snappy event skeptics out there. We've got the wheelchair, you've got your ambulance, a bunch of people just standing around as... I tell you what, it must be weird if these people are actually dead. It'd be weird to be within 10 or 15 metres of a dead body and just being nonplussed about it. But anyway, we'll carry on. 20 seconds into the clip. Now they've got the police tape there as well. Bodies once again, they've got the blood. No real pool of blood though this time, and the blood is on the knee. So are we to believe that they bled out from a shot to the knee? And if they did, where's the pool of blood? Perhaps they died somehow else. Another man, no pool of blood around him, and he's got his body's in a very weird position. He almost looks like a doll. Anyway, we'll carry on. There's our Jesus friend once again. This guy just walking around with his book. Just checking it out. They're dead bodies. What kind of a person? Oh, anyway. So a little bit of blood there. Not a great deal, really. Some bullet holes in the window. That's interesting. Some bullet shots. They've got their ambulance. Now, there's a trolley that they're about to wheel out. Maybe this will give us some clues as to what trolleys do look like over there in Turkey. And nothing too much in this particular scene. This is much more insightful than the Daily Mail stuff. Come on, Daily Mail, lift your game. Ridiculous. Ataturk Havaliman, ambulance. Guy with the phone. Really not too much going on there, is there? Press TV from Iran, if I'm not mistaken. Guy getting up close and personal with the ambulance. Down at ground level now. Guy in a wheelchair. Yeah, no, not really much. Guy in his balaclava. A bit of blood, a shoe. You've got to have the solitary shoe. Wouldn't be a big event without the solitary shoe. Other than that, not too much in this particular scene. And what's this guy? Has he been handcuffed, has he? It looks like a bloke who's been handcuffed. Very interesting. And that seems to be what they want us to infer, that this dude is one of the bad dudes.
I'm going to leave the call and come back because I can't see the screen share. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, really nothing to make out of this one. Interesting. Very interesting video, that one. The first 30 seconds, anyhow, was interesting. Now, it looks as though we might have been joined. Oh, let me just go to stop there. Looks like we've been joined by one of the biggest hoax busters in this part of the world. He goes by the name Peekay. Peekay, can you hear me?
I can hear you all right. John, how you going, mate?
Yeah, fantastic, mate. And how are you on this lovely Wednesday morning, Australia time?
Well, mate, I'm so busy. As you know, I'm a full-time actor. I've got a flight to catch in a few hours. The Illuminati's flying me over to Hollywood. I've got to do some crisis acting jobs, and I've got a few terrorist movies to make with my mate Nicolas Cage. So I haven't really got much time to worry about any terror bombings in Turkey, but I just thought I'd come on and say hello.
Well, we always love to get your thoughts on things, so if you can spare us a few moments, that would be great. Can you give us any insight as to the script of the next film with old mate Nicolas Cage? Because as people have discovered lately, PK, the Awakening, or whatever that film was called, it seemed to have a few clues about the Boston bombings ahead of time, didn't it?
Well, it was made, what, 6-7 years ago, Jono? You know, I haven't even watched it. I couldn't give a shit about it, to be honest. I had a few extras roles in there. Look, what I said before was, as you know, was all in jest, because I'm sick of these morons who keep coming up about me being an extra, you know, being part of the bad boys, whatever. But from what I know about the video, the movie, you know, he predicts the future or some crap and goes around warning everyone about these things going to happen. But all I know, I was in I suppose, a train scene where the train blew up. I saw that, how it ended up. It was amazing because there was no trains even there, but then somehow they added it in and looked like we were all part of a train scene. We were running around going crazy. But yeah, I was walking next to Nicolas Cage. 200 extras were there that day, and I was the only smart one that decided to, when he got out the car, to walk next to him to show my mug for 5 seconds of fame. But these idiots make videos that, yeah, I'm part of the whole Illuminati scene because I'm with Nicolas Cage. Give me a break, mate.
Well, you know how it is, PK. A lot of people, they want to focus on the messenger rather than the message. I've had to put up with it. You've had to put up with it. It's part of it comes with the territory, I suppose. But I called it The Awakening earlier. It wasn't The Awakening. It was Knowing. The film was called Knowing.
Knowing, yeah.
And I think one of the things that's being said at the moment is that particular film, because I've never seen the film either, obviously, and apparently there's actually a scene that's very similar to the Boston bombings. And so there are people suggesting, well, isn't this amazing that a man who was an extras actor right next to Nicolas Cage in a film where Nicolas Cage is involved in what looks like the Boston bombings, well, that same character, he's the biggest Boston bombings hoax buster on planet Earth. And I guess that's what you're referring to, isn't it?
I'll have to go watch it, mate. But I'll just tell you one thing about Nicolas Cage. I didn't even know who the guy was. I'm not, you know, big time into these actor idiots, but I didn't even know the guy. You know, we spoke about him when we were there, obviously, because he was a Hollywood star in Melbourne, because this was filmed in Melbourne. For all you idiots who think we were actually in the streets of New York, nah, sorry, it was filmed in Melbourne. But the guy's a bit of a bit of a goose, to be honest. I did a bit of research on him when I got home after a few days on the set, and apparently he actually ate a live cockroach in one of his movies or somewhere. I mean, but I'll tell you one thing: as extras, we don't go anywhere near the actors, especially, you know, big time actors like these guys. They don't want to go next to any extras. They're so full of themselves. But most of the time on set, you never see the guy. He had a body part, you know, virtually doing all the takes and rehearsals. But the only time I saw him actually talk to someone, we were all passengers standing on the platform near, I suppose, the train coming in. There actually was a train there, but it was just stationary. There were 2 people there that were goths. You know what I'm talking about? The goths, real sort of weirdo-looking people, the goths.
Yeah.
You know, high heels, real creepy looking. And apparently he's into that gothic stuff. And he started talking to these 2 people. There was a partner, guy and a woman. That's the only time I saw anyone talking to him. So anyway, get off that subject, guys. Look, I'm pretty much all Orlando'd out at the moment. I was, as you know, guys, I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I really got into the Sydney hostage siege stuff and gone as far as I could. Made a couple more videos the other day, and there's a couple more I want to finish. And I do want to do a podcast on it. Get some good Aussie people like yourselves on it, because I believe, you know, Australia has to wake up to what happened there. It's a complete total hoax, as you guys know. But obviously Orlando rolls up and bang, you know, everything. I said in my first video, I've got to make one Orlando video. I've ended up making like 35, 30, probably close to 40. I've made a couple this morning and one last night, which I believe are the biggest. You got to see. People, go to my channel, Peekay Truth, and see my latest video where I exposed the website, the Pulse website. There was no actual schedule on that night. There was no scheduled event on that night, but there were scheduled events all prior to it and coming events after. But the website's closed down now, but I managed to get a copy of it and proof that that night, the 11th of June, there was no function at all, and yet supposedly 320 people were there. What was it rented at? A private rental? I don't know, but the website says there was no official event on that night. Sorry, I'm going. I can't stay long, guys, but I don't know how long you've been going on this thing. About an hour?
Yeah, about an hour 20.
Look, like I said, I have not even turned the TV on. I don't, you know, obviously I've got that still 10,000 emails to go through. I just go, it's going crazy with this Orlando thing. I just clicked on my first video. I don't know if you've shown it. I've just made a video on it myself. Have you seen where the guy actually falls down and the supposed gun in his hand flies across the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's one of the main. I think that's one of the main pieces of footage because they're suggesting that he hit the deck because a hero policeman shot him.
Really? Well, that's all I've seen, mate. I've just made a video on it. My first impressions, I've called it. I'll just tell you what I said in the video. The guy runs in. There's about 2 people around. This is supposedly a busy airport, is it? He falls down, goes down like a bag of shit, does he? And as if you couldn't hold that gun. And why the hell would you want a gun? The guy struggles to get up. He doesn't try to get up. And one guy seems to sort of run away. Is that supposedly the hero? Whatever. I don't know. Then the whole place is deserted. Like there was no one there anyway. But you can't see not a single person there. Who in their right mind would blow themselves up in an airport when there's no one around? I mean, this is all back to Paris. 70,000 people in a soccer stadium, including Hollande, president. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Yeah, 2 suicide bombers, and no one even gets injured or blown up at the soccer stadium, and that set off the whole trigger for the supposed cafe shootings in Paris. All total garbage. But this guy's laying there, blows himself up, and there's no one around him. And that's basically all I've seen, mate. I don't know if I'll get into it, but it's just the same thing. 2.5 weeks after Orlando, they just space them out beautifully all around the world. It could be real.
What I'm doing, mate, and it's okay, like the occasional swear word's no big deal, don't worry about that, but here's the thing, I'm showing this footage right now of what you were talking about, the guy hitting the deck, and if it's not coming through on your screen, I'm pretty sure
I can see it, cool, yeah.
So here's the issue, mate. Hold on, let me press resume. If this guy has a gun and he wants to kill people, why isn't he just picking off all of these people around him? Well, it doesn't make sense. What? So they want to kill people. They're willing to kill themselves to kill people. Okay, let's just go with that for a moment. The guy has a gun. Here are people. Why doesn't he shoot the people?
It's a joke.
It's ridiculous. But
if you're going to blow yourself up, mate, why are you going to bother shooting anyone?
Well, why not shoot as many as you can and then sort of have like the vest as like a dead man. Remember how with the Sydney siege, Man Harron Monis had a dead man switch? Do you remember that?
Oh, well, you couldn't shoot him because he had a backpack, and the chances were he might have had a bomb in it. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, he might have had a dead man switch. And, so this one here, I mean, the thing is we've gone through a lot of the Daily Mail footage. There are bodies on the ground that have blood on them. So I am happy to say that some of the footage does look like it could be legitimate. But
John, look at the gun. He purposely throws the gun across. You don't just fall over and drop a gun like that and go sailing across the floor. And how does he fall down anyway?
Well, it looks as though he's shot by this hero cop over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's the same hero cop who then comes up and sort of checks on him, but we don't know what he does because obviously it's very grainy. So that's him standing there. What's he doing? We don't know. Then he runs off, and then a few seconds later there's an explosion. The explosion seems to come from this side over here. Hold on a second. There we go. And we should see the explosion any moment now. And there we go. Oh, hold on, it was actually him. Actually,
So
him
that,
who exploded. Hold on a second. I didn't pick up on this the first time around. So what happens is he's running. He's got a whole bunch of people running away from him, but he just keeps on cruising. Then the hero cop does the whole ninja star. Bang, hits the deck. The gun falls away. The hero cop runs up, and maybe he shoots him, maybe he doesn't. Then he runs off. The big explosion is from this guy, supposedly. Does the explosion come from this part of the screen? That's the question. Let's have a look.
Jono, that explosion could just have been added in. Who knows that that was actually exploded right there and then? All it is just a mess. That could have just been added on the security vision.
Hey, PK, I wanted to tell you something. I'm looking at it. I put the word Turkey airport attack into YouTube, right, and then set the filter to 1 hour ago. You go down about 5 results. There's a thumbnail here of the Turkey airport, presumably, and the entire roof of the airport of the building is completely in flames. I mean, I'm thinking maybe it has to be a different building because this looks like it's just a raging fire.
So a bit like the Brussels airport where they supposedly blew whatever up in the ceiling and the ceiling came down. Could be the same thing, guys. I mean, all right, we see the blast there, but we don't see anything after it. I got a feeling that wasn't even, that was added on. That wasn't that guy blowing up. You can't prove that. There's no way you can. No way.
I agree with you, PK. And of course, these things, like the made-for-TV events, when you make it an event for TV, it's just like making anything else for TV. It doesn't have to all be shot live. It doesn't have to all be shot on the day. So these things can be easily constructed. But I guess I was kind of looking for the smoking gun, like the smoke bombs at Boston. I mean, you look at the smoke bombs of Boston, and no sane, honest person can defend the smoke bombs, right? And I guess I'm just looking for the slam dunk. And I don't think we've really found the slam dunk just yet. What say you?
Well, you've obviously gone into it more than me. Like, that's the only video I've looked at. And like you said at the start, mate, when are they going to get CCTV footage, at, especially airports, where they're afraid there's going to be these supposed terrorist attacks? Look how crappy it is. You want to see the guy's face as clear as it. What sort of garbage is that? What they just showed us there? You couldn't pick out anyone. If you want to see the faces to identify these supposed terrorists, don't you? This is 2016. Come on.
It's even better than that, mate. The footage that we just saw, it appears as though that's been recorded by someone's phone off of the screen in the security room. And
probably,
then what's with these potato cams? Like it's what is it, 2016? Most people's phones can record in decent quality. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like with the moon landings, the way that the initial footage was being recorded off of the screen at NASA. That's the official story, which is why it looked all potato cam. But at least that was 40, 50 years ago, whereas now we've got, it's 2016, we're still getting nonsense CCTV footage. Although, Peek, I will say in defense of these people, at least they're giving us some CCTV footage. You know, with the Sydney siege, we're told that their CCTV cameras just weren't working that day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, but they worked fine in the lobby, where how many, year or so later, where they got the investigation, we see these idiots crawling out in the lobby, and we see those idiots, supposedly the SWAT team, come in at the end. We all see that. Still crappy vision, but they worked in the lobby. But we don't see it inside. We don't see it inside the Orlando the nightclub, do we? We don't. Like I keep saying, Jono, they only show you what they want you to see. It goes back to Boston, where all those visions from Ha Ha, Tango and Thorndike, they only showed you what they want you to see. And it goes in all of these hoaxes, including this one.
Hey, Jono, can you, I Skyped you a thumbnail. Can you click on it and just have a look at this fire that's coming off the top of this building?
Yeah, for sure, man. Just give me a second. So let me just go there. I've got to stop for a second. Thumbnail. You sent it on Skype?
Yep.
All right. Share as thumbnail.
Guys, look, I can't stay. Like I said, I got to catch a flight to Hollywood and do the next crisis acting scene. We know there's going to be an event where it's real and it's going to be massive, and Israel's going to be behind it, of course, and people are going to die. How many did they say died here? Sorry, do you know?
At the moment they're saying 36, but you say that there's going to be a real event eventually, PK. Why do you believe that?
Oh, they can't just keep pulling hoaxes on us, mate, forever and ever. I mean, what's it leading to? What are the, if these are hoaxes, Jono, these plane crashes and these bombings at airports, I mean, what's it leading to?
It's a strategic thing to get consensus to roll all the way through the Middle East.
Well, there's another argument, which is that it could simply be a matter of keeping us distracted. I mean, at the end of the day, by the way, like you guys and I all know that they can fake these events. It just comes down to, is this one fake? Is that one fake? You know what I mean? It just comes down to, I guess, a matter of opinion for a lot of the time. But really, we could sit here, break this one down, find 100 problems with it, and prove to ourselves and to our listeners that this one's fake. So what? They do another one in a week, another one in a month. They keep us distracted, don't they?
They sure do. It's just to put us in constant fear all over the world. Doesn't matter where you go. You just cannot be safe anywhere you go. Constantly, you get on a plane, you can't be safe. You know, even if you're going to Bali or anywhere around the world, they just want you to be in constant fear. Look, guys, I'm going to do a show, and it's not a show, but we're doing a Skype call with David Weiss. He apparently has got some guy who knows a friend who works in the mortuary in Orlando, and he's 100% certain that it was real, and at least 20 people he has seen that died from the event. So we're going to go through on a chat. So what do you think? What do you think? There were actually truthers, I won't mention names, but actually think they combine the real with the fake in these events that actually, like in Orlando, real people died. What do you, and there were crisis actors as well. Do you think they can combine the two?
I've got an opinion on that one, PK. I'll let Sam go first, though. Sam, what do you reckon?
You know, it seems impractical to do that when you can just stick with a straight-up hoax. And I remember bringing up a point the last time we talked, and I think it's pretty solid, that you can't let real people get killed randomly by wind-up guys that run through places, because you don't know who they're going to kill. There's always people, like in inner city places, these posh cafes and whatever, there's relations and cousins of some of the most influential people in that city. And if their parents and cousins found out that, you know, you'd wound up this person and they'd died, they would forego their entire career, some of those people, and bust the thing wide open and use their public profile and their status or whatever to let the public know. So I say no, but it doesn't mean that you can't mix a whole lot of dead bodies with some of these things. Drop a whole lot of corpses over at the mortuary. You remember MH17? Those corpses that were found around that field were apparently predominantly Asian, even though the flight had come from Holland, and they were bloodless and smelt of formaldehyde. So, you know, there's no reason why you can't do it, especially when you've got so much leeway with the public who's prepared to give you, cut you slack every time. So it can be done, you know. But I'd go with that, yeah, corpses in a van, take them over to the mortuary and get David Weiss to talk about it.
Yeah, my opinion on this is there are people out there saying that these events are a mixture of fake and real. Our old friend Jeffrey, he's been pushing this narrative for over a year now. That these are what he calls,
I didn't want to mention his name, but go on.
They're what he calls a mix sort of thing. Now, here's the big problem with the mix sort of thing theory. You think about, well, what are they trying to achieve with these events, right? We might not know all of what they're trying to achieve, but it looks like one of the main things they're trying to achieve is mind control. They're putting images on people's screens, and they're trying to affect people's thoughts with those images in the hope of affecting their behavior as well, right? It's about mind control. That's the idea. So they're putting out made-for-TV movies, but they're putting them out there as though they're real. Now, if you're making a movie, no matter what kind of movie you're making, you're going to have actors, right? Are you going to kill those actors? Are you going to harm those actors? Of course not. That's ridiculous. Firstly, that opens you up to problems of how you're going to hire these. Who wants to take part in movies where there's a chance they're going to die? That's silly. But the other issue is, if they're people who don't know that they're part of the movie, they actually just die by accident, then there's a chance that their friends or family might come looking for answers. There might be litigation involved. There might be problems. You script a movie, you don't do it by accident. So if you could get away with faking the whole thing, Why would you take the risks associated with having people actually die or get hurt? Most of the people who I know who still believe that there are people who die, get hurt at these events, they think that they're staged events, they're false flags where people really die or get hurt. They're people who spend too much time listening to Alex Jones, and they're people who really think that the government is out to kill them. However, if the government was out to kill you, they just come and kill you. They've got pretty big control as it is. They don't need to just come and kill you for no reason. And these particular events, that doesn't seem to be their aim, to just kill random people. Their aim is to manipulate people's minds, which they can do much easier by faking the whole thing. Why would you fake half and have half real if you could just fake the whole thing, Peekay? Do you get what I'm saying?
You're right. Agree 100%. It's a lot easier just to fake the whole thing. If you have real people dying, well, you know, the real parents of the dead are going to say, hang on, what's going on here? And questions are going to be asked. They don't want questions asked. I mean, obviously, if you go back to, say, the Belgium bombing, airport bombing, obviously you have these people running out the airport and they believe that there was a bomb going off. Of course they're not in on the act. They're innocent bystanders. They mix the whole thing with real people. People say, oh, look, these people running out, you're telling me they were in on the act. Of course they're not. And it probably goes with the Pulse shooting. You know, who knows that it wasn't this Omar Martin. It could have been anyone. Goes in there, just going pop, pop, pop, pop. And 90% of the crowd had no idea, but 10% of the crowd were crisis actors. And the 90% followed what was going on. Oh, yeah, this is real shooting. You know, they probably mix it in with, obviously they mix in with real people, but I go along 100%. There's no way that these people are killed. If they're hoaxing it, no way.
Well, Peekay, can I say, like, I'm not saying there's no chance that people have been killed. Like, the footage that we've seen so far, I can't say that conclusively. But what the point I'm making is simply, if they're going to fake part of an event, and they can get away with faking the whole event, and we know that they can, there's just no need for them to kill people. So I would need to see evidence that people are dead before I would believe that people are dead. We've seen some footage that looks like there might be some dead people. They could just as easily be actors laying there with paint. You know what I mean? To me, it's not conclusive either way. However, looking more broadly at these events, can they fake the whole event and get away with it? We know they can. They faked planes going into WTC 1 and 2. They faked planes going into those buildings, and to this day, the vast majority of people, even within the so-called conspiracy theory circles, still think there were planes on 9/11. So if they can get away with something that big, of course they can get away with 50 people dead at an airport. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly, mate. Yeah, exactly. A good analogy with those planes. 15 years on, and idiots, like you said, in the truth movement still think there were planes. God, strike me.
Remember the door being held shut at Orlando? That could have been part of the the rattling the cage technique, where there was a mix of regular people plus the 10% crisis actors, and when the people went for the exits, they were like, nah, just keep them closed and just rattle the club for a while, and then just let them out like in a few minutes. That sort of, if you wanted to go down that road, that would kind of mesh with that, I reckon.
I'll tell you, I don't reckon there was anyone even in that joint. All those idiots that were carrying those people, you see the famous footage of, I call him the fat fag flag man. In the video I did last night, totally busted. They were 250 yards down, all gathered there. They weren't even at the nightclub, mate.
You know, that makes sense. That makes sense. Why would you have any chaos whatsoever? You might have some roided up gay dude that comes over and starts smashing people left, right and centre and just like messing the whole thing up. So why would you even run the risk of that when you could just do it clean? And remember that video footage of the guy taking footage while the DJ is playing, and he goes, "I'm at the club," you know, like.
Yeah. I mean, what crappy footage was that? And 320 people, you wouldn't fit 60 people in that little shithole. But that Omar Martin guy, you know what gets me with a lot of these videos we see? Oh, he was an actor. Like, I started from the beginning of this shit about me being an actor. Oh, he was an actor. Oh, he was an actor. I couldn't give a shit if the guy was an actor. Every Tom, Dick and Harry does acting. I guarantee you Omar Martin wasn't within a bull's roar of Orlando that night. Who knows where he was? Because we don't see him. There's not one image of him. So who gives a stuff if he was an actor? The guy's just a fake. They just use anyone.
And there you have it.
Well,
I mean, do you,
anyway,
say with the Sydney Siege, PK, do you think Man Harren Monis, what's your take on Man Harren Monis?
Man Minus. Well, obviously they used this guy in the few years prior to make out there was this Iranian cleric who does these protests with chains around him, and he sent these letters to families of people, soldiers, whatever. They built that up on the background, so come the event, they're going to say, oh, there he is. We've got this man Monis. I'll tell you, the guy that was in there probably wasn't even him. Doesn't even look like the guy. He looks like a feral old bloody... If it was him, so be it, but the fact is that they could have used anyone. Who knows where this guy is? Fact is they buried him 5 weeks later. What a freaking laugh, burying someone 5 years later like he had no friends. Even his supposed wife, who was up for charges, supposedly killing his ex-wife, she didn't even want to know about this guy. And this guy's on 120,000 a year, and they couldn't get a pauper's burial for this guy. Give me a break. The guy wasn't even... I just mentioned, John, the last video I made, where they brought those gurneys or stretchers in, and they took him out one after the other. There was Katrina Dawson, followed by fag boy Tory Johnson, and just before that was Louisa Hope, the one that was laying in the gutter. Then the fourth stretcher is empty. It's got all these bags and shit on it. And why didn't they take Mad Monis out at the same time? They just left him there. They supposedly left him there and put one of these bomb robots in. They send a bomb robot in after 20 SWAT guys go bang, bang, bang for 40 seconds shooting supposedly how many bullets at one guy. But then they send a bomb robot in case that backpack did have a bomb. But it didn't worry him when they finally shot him after 17 hours. What a load of total garbage.
Well, as you know, PK, we covered this on the Australian Roundtable podcast at the time, episodes 11, 12 and 13. And one of the interesting things was they said that one of the reasons they didn't want to shoot at Man Harren Monis was because the glass was supposedly bulletproof because that cafe used to be a bank, right? However, we found a document from somebody who was a trained marksman in the military who did his master's thesis on shooting through bulletproof glass and the way that different angles affect bullet trajectory, etc. And we laid it all out there from an expert saying that at the angle and the distance that sniper was at, the bulletproof glass wouldn't have had any effect on the bullet because they were only 50 yards away anyhow, right? And they were shooting from basically front on. But also, that glass can't have been too bulletproof because a few months later, there was a professional basketballer here in Australia who played for the NBL, like the Cairns Taipans or the Townsville Crocodiles or something, who had a bad night one night, must have done the wrong, had too much of some kind of substance or something, who knows. He ended up throwing something through that same window, and he got arrested for it. He broke the window. So some drunk guy or some untoward guy was able to just throw stuff through that Link Cafe's window, no problems. But you and I are supposed to believe that the glass was so bulletproof that a sniper couldn't shoot through it. It's utterly ridiculous.
Do you believe that story about this so-called basketballer? Because from that day, no one's heard a single thing about what happened to this guy. Was he charged? Was he locked up? I mean, that was all part of a setup, mate.
It could well have been, and this is the point. Their own stories are self-contradictory. And I've got a video. I'll have to link to it underneath this video. If you just check the info box, if you listen to this late, to a video I uploaded called Sunlies Sneak Preview. And in 15 minutes, I show how the Channel 7 reporters, how their story changed about how they were even in that Channel 7 office to begin with, because they were witnessing the whole thing from their Channel 7 office across from the Link Cafe, and they were with the snipers. They had their cameraman Greg, with the sniper. The thing is, a lot of smart people will say, well, hold on, how come you've got a cameraman sitting next to a sniper, with his finger on the trigger? That seems a little bit suspect. What's going on there? Well, Channel 7's story changed. At first, their story was the snipers came and kicked them out of their offices. Then the story became, well, actually, we offered to use our cameras to help the sniper see, because apparently the sniper couldn't see 50 meters away across Martin Place or what have you. So their story changed a couple of times. It changed again later that night. So I just cut up their footage because I recorded it all. I just cut it up. I just cut up their claim here, their claim there, their claim there. None of their story made sense on the day. The thing is, Peekay, 12, 18 months on, no one gives a stuff, mate. Do you really think we're going to wake anyone up or any big number of people up to the hoax that was a Sydney siege?
You're right, John. 99.99% of Australians couldn't give a shit, and they'd probably believe it. Exactly what you said. I remember your videos; they were awesome about that piece of slime. I just made a video. What was his name again?
Chris
Parker.
Reason and cameraman Greg Parker.
Yeah, Reason, two filthy scum. I actually saw that recently on doing some report, and I said, look at this piece of shit. That's that dirty lying bastard at Sydney. Look, mate, just that sniper story. That I just made the video on it 2 days ago, actually, on the sniper garbage. That was all fake, mate. There was no sniper there. 2 days after Channel 7 come out, because people were saying, why didn't they knock off Monis early? They had to come up with some garbage story about a sniper. That wasn't live. You'll never see any live footage of a sniper there. That was all reenacted days later. 17 hours you had a sniper there with Greg Parker. 17 hours just staring through. The thing about it, the Channel 7 window was in the way. It wasn't even an open window. And they're saying, what the hell was the sniper there for if they were never going to shoot? Because when it comes to the crunch, Monis says, all right, fag boy, get on your knees, I'm going to shoot you in the back of the head. Then you hear Parker say, window 2, hostage down. Then within 6 seconds, the SWAT team runs in. It was so pathetic. What was the point of having a sniper there if they were never going to shoot? It was all fake, mate. There was no sniper there. I'll bet my life there was no sniper there.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. And the thing is, the Sydney siege is a lot easier to expose as a hoax, and it was too easy almost. And at the time, I thought, well, this is it. Like they're gonna have to go down for this. But here, and I was a lot newer to this scene at the time. Here we are, 18 months later, and most people still don't know the first thing about how obviously fake the Sydney siege was. And most people don't care. And I guess what we've got, I know you've got to get going in a moment, but what we've got, I'd love to get your take on this idea of maybe focusing on these fake media events. It might be interesting, especially when you first get into this scene, but maybe this isn't the best angle of attack for helping people to realise the lie system that we live in, Peekay. What say you?
Oh, sorry, I missed. Was that a question?
Yeah, so what do you think of this idea that maybe focusing on the fake, because these are just made-for-TV movies, right? Maybe focusing on these made-for-TV movies isn't really the best way to get other people to see that they're being deceived.
What else do we do?
Well, I'll give you a couple of examples. So say right now the average person truly believes that science is trustworthy. They can believe everything they're told by science. Perhaps by showing them a few of the things that their scientific beliefs are based on, that might be a better way to get them to question their overall belief in the system. Because really, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about most people fully believing that the government or the TV are their friends. And even when the TV or the government are caught lying, that was just one of those occasional things that happens. Overall, the TV and the government are their friends, right? So proving to them that the TV lied about one particular media event, if after they realise that, they still carry on believing everything else they're told by the government and the TV, they're really no different, are they? So maybe if they're shown that they've been lied to about things that are much bigger than simply TV events, that might be a better way to get them to see that it's time for them to start doing some of their own thinking. And one of the examples that I love to give to people is to do with things like, say, evolution, right? Most people believe in human evolution theory. They think it's a good theory. So most people realize that the story that we all came from Africa is based on a study done 30 years ago with a sample size of 150 people with no actual Africans. You know what I mean? Most people, when you tell them that, they're like, no way. Like, they tell us that we all come from Africa. That must have been based on a study that involves some Africans. No, it doesn't. I can show you the study right now. There was no Africans involved in that study. Isn't that suspicious? Again, not going to get people to go and do their own research every time. However, this goes to the heart of the lie system that we live in, because most people believe they evolved from monkeys or they evolved from monkey-like creatures when they realize how dodgy the science is, the so-called science behind stuff like this. Then they might start to get an idea of the lies are much bigger than just these made-for-TV movies, Sydney Siege, Boston bombings, etc. Those things are child's play compared to you've been lied to about who you really are. Can you see where I'm going with this?
I mean, the basic one, mate, is the moon landing hoax. I mean, if after 50 years, whatever, people can't see that was a lie, 100% lie. I mean, you obviously agree with me there. I keep saying to me mates, there's no hope. There's no hope of waking people up, to be honest. And the news, the TV, that's their religion, and it's 100%. The government will never, lie to you. But idiots like us, if we try to put something right in their faces, oh no, you got that from the internet. You're a conspiracy theorist. How can we possibly believe you? How can you go anything that's on the news? Come on, those beautiful news readers, those blonde bimbos, they would never lie to you. I mean,
no one cares. No one cares about any of these hoaxes. Only people like us do. Like, they don't care about the life system. They don't care about NASA. They don't care about these hoaxes. They don't care about the Africa theory. It's like if you've got, I don't know, some girlfriend that you're madly in love with, she lies to you all the time, maybe you'll put up with it for a while. Maybe there's money coming your way in your life through someone, and you think, yeah, well, I'll just roll with it. People are like that. What they get pissed off about is stuff like not being able to go and fish in the water outside the country because, like, the EU says that you're English, but you can't go and fish 3 miles off your coast, and your whole family goes downhill because of that. That's the sort of stuff that pisses them off. That's the sort of stuff that gets real change, and it happens in a chaotic, twisty, turny, unpredictable way, when the whole mass of people get pissed off because they can't do the very basic things. People don't mind being had and tricked and lied to, as long as the general feed of whatever it is they're looking for in their life is coming their way. Like Trumpy Baby, he said, I haven't read The Art of the Deal. I'm not a massive fan, but I'm saying, he said when his buildings were getting done, the concreting companies were ripping him off left, right, and centre, but the building was going up, so he just let it go. So
don't even bring up Trump, mate. That's all just a charade. I mean, fair dinkum, Trump. God.
Hey, hear me out. It's just an analogy, and it's not something he said recently. It was like a 15-year-old quote. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, people don't care about this type of stuff. They care about being able to eat and do normal things, and when it doesn't work out, they get pissed off and they shake things up, and then there's a chance for a reset button to be hit. And depending on how it all pans out, it may turn out that some of these swine that have been lying to us all along get shuffled out, or maybe they get to use the chaos to reset in a way that's advantageous to them, to the establishment again.
Yeah, I just got to go, guys. Just one last thing on this thing. ISIS has been mentioned, has it?
Don't know. No, yeah, that's normally day 2 when they bring that up.
Well, that's what it's all about. Every 2 weeks, you just got to keep pushing the ISIS agenda. And, that's all that's plastered on the TV, one after the other. It's all negativity. You never hear good stories in the news. Why people bother watching the news? You wake up in the morning, first thing is that there's a fire, some house is on fire. Next thing, someone's been killed. Next thing, someone in a car crash. Next thing, the first 7 items on the news is all about, death, people dying, all negative stuff. Then the only supposedly good news is, Prince, some idiot in the Royal Palace has just visited India or something. Like, who gives a shit about that garbage? It's all negative. Negativity sells, mate. You know that. Papers don't sell unless it's negativity on the front page. Anyway, good to catch up with you guys. Look, when I do a podcast from Sydney, there's not many that talk about Sydney, and you two guys obviously were there at the start. But Jono, do you agree? No one talks about Sydney?
Well, yeah, so Sydney, like I said, we were covering it at the time on the ARP, and I feel like we did a pretty good job at the time. Obviously, there were a couple of people who made videos. They're not really in the scene at all anymore, and then lately you've been doing your videos, Peekay, but how many Australians have released any content on the Sydney siege being fake? You can probably count it on one hand. Maybe you need 2 hands. So there's almost nobody covering this stuff. And, I mean, I'll put a question for you, Peekay. How many Australians right now, so suppose there's 24 million Australians, for argument's sake, how many, if you asked them, the Sydney siege, did anyone die or get hurt, how many do you think would say, no, nobody died or got hurt? I reckon we'd be lucky if it was more than a couple of thousand. And I mean, we'd be really lucky. What do you reckon?
I was going to say 20.
Well, I don't know.
You're right.
I don't know what kind of emails and messages you get. I do get contacted by people, not often, but every now and then, just saying, "Hey, I saw your thing. Da da da da. Made me think." And I think that out there, for every one person who sends a message, there's a few more who never do. So there probably are people out there who know about this, but I think in most cases, even when they know about it, it's not something that really affects their lives, because ultimately we're just talking about something that was on the TV that's not real. Do you know what I mean? Like, ultimately, even the ones who know about it, it generally doesn't change their life. And that's what I'm saying about. That's what I'm saying about things like, say, evolution. This is something that can change people's lives, because when you go from thinking that you're an evolved monkey to realizing that there's much more going on this earth than we were told, we're much more important than we were told that we were. That won't always change people's lives, but I think it's got a better chance of doing so. And I hope that you can see where I'm coming from there.
You know, the Sydney siege was the big event that these people in the shadow government, or whatever you want to call them, had to create for their terrorism agenda, police state agenda, whatever you want to call it. That was the one big event, even though it was the shoddiest heap of shit you've ever seen. It went through over everyone's head. Like you said, the only people that believe it was all garbage was the people in Australia who were like us, the truthers. Obviously, there's a few thousand of them, could be a bit more. But it's widely accepted through the populace that, yeah, this happened, and they're going to keep showing these fake hostages every now and then on the TV, and guaranteed every year they'll be showing their faces. Who knows where Marcia McHale, #1 actor, is gone? She hasn't been around lately, probably somewhere celebrating in Tel Aviv. But that was it, and it went through with flying colours. Now they just keep pushing this bullshit. We thwarted another terrorist attack on Mother's Day, Anzac Day. Let's just have security at the MCG like you can't imagine. Let's have queues going, taking an hour to get in to watch a stupid football game because we don't want to have terrorism blow up, in football stadiums. It's never been a terrorist attack in any football stadium in the world, and yet they've got this security like you can't imagine. I won't be going to another football match ever again, that's for sure. Not in this time of all this garbage terrorism crap. Anyway, guys, I was going to ask you one last question.
Well, no, that's all right, mate. Just before you say goodbye, can you tell all of the lovely listeners out there where they can find this chat that you're doing with our old mate David Weiss and his mate who saw 20 people who were dead or hurt at Orlando?
Actually, we're just going to do a Skype thing. It's not going to be live, and David's going to record it without this guy knowing. Then he's going to probably put it up on his channel, and I'll put it up on mine. We'll see where we go with this guy. I don't know who he is, got no idea who he is, but he's been trying to contact not only David, Jaredism, is that his name? Jaredism? Yep. And that woman, Patricia Steer, whatever. And he's supposedly says, 100% it was real, but we'll see how it goes. It's starting at 40 minutes. I
got to go too, John. I got to go right now.
Okay then, guys. Well, it looks like you'll be leaving me to wrap the show up by myself, but a big thanks to you, Peekay, for joining us today. I look forward to this show with David and the others. And to you as well, Sam. Thanks for taking part in the show, mate. Hopefully this one goes as semi-viral as Orlando. Any final thoughts there, Sam?
No, just maybe just don't watch so much news. Just be good and look after the people in your family and friends, and just take it easy.
I'll just finish, John. I don't know if you know, I fasted a couple, 4 weeks ago. I did an 8-day fast.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was terrific.
Yeah, mate. I'll tell you what's a struggle for someone that likes to drink and likes to eat. Man, it was hard, 8 days, but I got to it, and it was a huge achievement. I didn't even prepare for it, like you should prepare for something like that. Anyway, today was the end of my 4-day fast, which I'm going to do on the end of every month. Actually, I only want to do 3. But it went to 4 because my woman friend, I usually go Tuesday nights, I'm going tonight instead, so it was an extra day, and that's where we're going to celebrate again and have a good feed. But tell you what, it's great stuff. It's hard I actually did a dry fast this time, which is like double the effect of a water fast. I did not eat or drink anything. I haven't had a shower for 4 days. That's why I'm not on camera, because I look like shit. But the thing is, the dry fast, you stay away from water completely. You don't even brush your teeth. You don't take any water inside, and by God, does that clean you out in 3 or 4 days. So I suggested to people, if they want to try it, have a go and see it, how it affects you, because it's made me feel great. I feel a lot healthier. I walk a lot easier. I used to struggle when I started before the fasting at my age, but I feel like a new guy, honestly. Look into it, guys.
Will do. All right, so that's Peekay down there in Melbourne. Thank you so much for the time today, Peekay. Hopefully we can do another chat at some point in the future, and also Sam there in Sydney, who've helped with the first couple of hours of the show. And I'll chat with you both off the air another time, sometime soon. But thanks, guys. I do appreciate it. And,
no worries, John. I'll see you later. Thanks.
Cheers, mate. And what we're going to do now is I'm going to send out an invitation to a couple of people who said that they wanted to join on the show earlier in the show, and we'll see what their thoughts are on this event in Turkey, and anything else as well, if they'd like to join us. So what I'll do now is I'll send out those links to those people. They know who they are, and if they want to join us in the Hangout, we'll go from there. If not, I'll probably wrap this one up within the next 20 minutes or so. So we do hate dead air. So what I'll do is, while we're getting those invitations sent out, I'll see if Sam has taken off, or if he's still hanging around. Sam, are you still there? No, it looks as though Sam has taken off. So it's just me left. And if you are joining us late, of course, the idea was that we would cover this Istanbul Ataturk airport terror bombing. And we spent the first hour or two going through articles on the Daily Mail and looking at a video from CNN. Now, I've sent an invite out to a couple of people. If you just click that Google Links Hangout, it'll allow you to join us on the panel. And just make sure you put yourself on mute when you join. Anybody else who's out there who'd like to join us for the last portion of the show, just send me through a link on Skype. If you don't have me on Skype, then it means you're a new follower to the channel. Most of you should know how to contact me by now. So just send through a link on Skype saying you'd like to join, and I'll send you through the invite, and then we'll go from there. So just recapping the main points, this event in Turkey, supposedly a few dozen people are dead and 100 or so people are wounded. Could well be true, might not be, but as we were chatting with Peekay and Sam just a moment ago, at the end of the day, this is just an event that's on TV. Whether it's fake or real, it is just an event on TV. And the point that I was trying to make to Peekay and to Sam as well is that if the idea is that you want to help other people to see that they're being lied to, you can focus on the lies on TV. However, most people do trust TV. TV is like almost like their elder, their father, their mother. It's very important to them. And so it's very hard to get them to stop believing the TV. But what you can do is get them to question other things, such as what we're told is science. And so we're told that we evolved from monkeys or apes or something like this. And we're told that we all came from Africa. And I used to believe that we all came from Africa until I tried to look at the evidence. And boy, oh boy, what a load of nonsense. We might talk about more of that in a moment. But before we do, we've been joined by Validation Boy live from Florida in the US. Validation Boy, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, mate, we can hear you. Now, you might just want to chuck your camera on block so that you don't waste your bandwidth there. But you've been listening to the show. What are your thoughts on this event in Istanbul?
Just a lot more fakery.
Yeah, it looks to be much that way, although we've only been able to look at the initial report so far. So I'm not going to say conclusively this event was fake, but by now we should have seen some conclusive proof that it was real, and we haven't seen that. So at the moment it is looking, just by logical inference, as though it's another fake event. And I guess the question from here is, where do you see this one playing out in the media cycle?
Just like Peekay was saying, it's every 2 weeks they seem to be pushing that ISIS agenda. I was in the comment section earlier and I said, how long until ISIS claims responsibility, or ISIL claims responsibility?
Yeah, well, I mean, by claims responsibility, we mean we're told by the media that they've claimed responsibility. I do miss the good old days with Osama bin Laden and his We're Coming to Get You videos. they don't really seem to release those ones as much anymore. I'm not too sure why. What I'm going to do for you is, because I'm interested in the media cycle, what I'm going to do now is share a link. Not just share a link, I'll share a video from our friends, the Young Turks. And it looks as though Trump is already saying that this event helps his case. And I would love to get your thoughts over there in the US about Trump and his race. So let me just share this video right now. It'll just take me a moment here. Maybe this is the one that I want. There we go. Present to everyone. Trump Istanbul. This is the Young Turks. And it's a 3-minute clip, and once we've listened to this one, BB, we'll get your thoughts. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
Horrible bombing in Istanbul, 28 dead, 60 injured. That's the latest reports we have. So, of course, Donald Trump is going to jump in and try to take advantage of the situation. So now he does this after any of these big news events. Instead of waiting to see what happened, he immediately jumps in to try to get as much media attention as possible. Now, if this tweet was from someone else, it might not seem as hideous, especially because, you know, if you don't know who Donald Trump is, he says that this was sad, as I'm about to share with you in a second. But Donald Trump is the guy who wants to ban all Muslims from coming to the United States. Not radical Muslims, not fundamentalist Muslims, not violent Muslims, all Muslims. Now, he's pretending to be concerned about the plight of the people in Turkey. Turkey is over 99% Muslim. Believe me, you're doing them no favors. The people who got killed in the bombings today were likely to be overwhelmingly Muslim. But this monster sends this tweet anyway. He says, yet another terrorist attack, this time in Turkey. Will the world ever realize what is going on? So sad. That is a reference to his own announcement when he instituted what he said would be a policy if he became president of banning 1.6 billion Muslims across the world. He said, we have to do it until, quote, the world figures out what's going on, until we figure out what's going on. Think about how...
Okay, I've heard enough from that moron, so he's going to go and say that this is a slight against Trump. I'll go to you there, VB. What are your thoughts on what we just heard?
Well, Donald Trump, in America, he's viewed as the quintessential, you know, white oligarch enemy of the people, you know. Because in America, it's not cool to be white anymore. It's the last thing you want to do to be cool is be white. And Donald Trump exemplifies all that it means to be a conservative white man. But the stuff that comes out of his mouth is just garbage. He's just too predictable. I don't know.
Yeah, so what happened was with the Orlando event, Sam and I covered that one pretty early. It was Sunday night Australia time, so we got kind of ahead of the YouTube hoax busting crowd, if you like, and that video went sort of almost semi-viral by the standards of this sort of scene. And what we didn't really pick up on straight away was how quickly that event would be used as a divide and conquer between Democrats and Republicans. You've got the moron progressives saying that it was all to do with guns were the problems. Then you had the moron so-called conservatives saying that it was all to do with the Muslims, and it was a classic divide and play. And so what I'm thinking right now is, where are they going to take this one in the media cycle? Can you see where I'm coming from with this?
Yeah, but I don't know about Turkey's local politics. I don't know what kind of agendas they're trying to push on that population of people. You know?
Yeah, I don't think it's just about Turkey. I think it's also about the whole world, all of Australia and the United States and Britain and Canada. This is going to be used in all of our news cycles as well, and will be used to push an agenda. But what we'll do is we'll go to a new guest on the panel, and it's a man who I haven't actually had the pleasure of chatting with ever. So this will be the first time I've got to say hello, and it'll be the same for all of you in the audience as well. So we'll go to a guy. I won't use any names. You'll get to tell us what name you'd like to use on the chat. So say hello, our new guest, and give us an idea of your take on this event.
I don't know if you're talking to me, JLB, is that me?
Yep.
Yeah, Guy here. Use my real name. I use my real name on Facebook and everything, so I guess it's you know, they do what they will with it. I don't think I'm much of a person of interest there. Too worried, but yeah, great to hang out with you and taking me on. Were you asking something there?
Yeah, so why don't you get us started by telling us a little bit about your thoughts on this event over there in Turkey?
Okay, look, you know, I haven't, I don't disagree with anything anyone else on your show has said. It's sort of, you know, we've all been through quite a few staged events now, and you know, this looks like obviously another one, and yeah, and it's just it's nice to have input like this, because it's, you know, it does get very isolating out there with the general, you know, the general consensus, the general public. It's difficult to sort of merge those two ideas together of the people that are watching the mainstream and us that are coming in from a different angle.
Well, it certainly is a pleasure to have you on board, Guy. And if you think that it's isolating now, just wait until you learn that we don't live on a giant spinning ball. And what I'll do is I'll go to Validation Boy there.
I'm all over that with you already, and I've been researching and following along with that since, you know, the first sort of roundtable events that you did and that other early adopters were doing. And so yeah, I'm all over the non-spherical nature of our existence here.
I'm not so sure it's non-spherical. I would say that it's not spinning, though, but we'll get to that debate in a moment. Before we do, we've got VB with us as well. VB, you made your live coverage event during the Orlando incident a week or so ago, and it looks like we've got another newbie on board today, so I'll give you a chance, VB and Guy, to make acquaintance and say hello.
Hey there, how you going? How's it going, man?
Howdy.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, John, I want to say thank you very much for inviting me on here. And two real quick things. Those guys, those two dead bodies that were laying there, I don't see any reason why those two bodies would just be laying there. Why right there? You know? And also, the explosion that we saw on one of those angles, it was off camera.
Yeah, it did look a little bit weird. It did look as though it might have been off camera. What we'll do is I'll see if I can bring up that footage with the two bodies. It was in the live leak video.
The explosion was really a quick flash. I don't think a real bomb would act like that. I mean, that was a really quick, like, it looked like what they use in pro wrestling, like the fake fire.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It did look a little bit suspect. I guess the issue is without having like footage of a real bomb of that size to compare it against, it's hard to make that comparison, if you get what I'm saying. But what I'll do is I'll see if I can screen share this the footage of the two guys sitting there, just so anyone who's joining us late knows what you're talking about. So just give me a second here, and I'll screen share that, present to everyone. Here we go. All right. So this is what you were. Where are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what you were talking about. So is that one coming up now?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, why on earth would you just have the two bodies laying there, nobody tending to them, no sheets over the body? It looks very suspect, doesn't it, VB?
Totally. And look at the contorted position that they're in. It just doesn't make any sense. And where was the explosion, and why are they here outside? Was the explosion supposed to have happened right next to these guys? Why are they so damaged and all the people around them are just walking around?
Sure, but the argument could be made they didn't die from a bomb blast. They might have died from gunshot wounds or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, we just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but anyway, what we'll do is, I feel like we've spent the first 2 hours of the show on that event. There's really nothing new that's come to light. I've been checking through Live Leak and the other feeds. There's nothing really new to add to all of this. So what I'm thinking is, how about for the last half hour we just have more of an open chat, more of an open panel kind of chat, and maybe hear more from our new friend Guy. Guy, what part of Australia are you coming to us from?
I'm down in Melbourne, mate. Yeah.
Which part of Melbourne?
North Fitzroy.
North Fitzroy, yeah, a very trendy part of town. For people not from Melbourne, Fitzroy is a part of town where people, they wear flannelette shirts and they smoke rollies to be ironic, and it's all very trendy and la-di-da, isn't it, Guy?
It is. I assure you, I'm wearing this one just to keep me warm because I don't have that much heating in here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Everyone else is a hipster but you. Right, and did you grow up in Fitzroy, or did you move there to be seen?
Look, that's a great question, mate. I was over living on the other side. I grew up with my single mother over sort of more Elwood, St Kilda way. And I don't know if it was the Punters Club, but, something, some sort of pub on this side of the city got me across. And, yeah, it was very strange. I didn't really have any ends on this side, but I just decided to do the old Yarra switcheroony to the other side. And, I don't know whether if I had my time over again, I don't know if I would have even come across the river, really. It's, it seems very alternative and stuff, but it's not necessarily any more friendly than anywhere else. And at the end of the day, we're social animals. And
okay, well, I think just then, I'm not sure if you're using your laptop, but just then the last few seconds of what you said came through a lot clearer. So just make sure if you have got a laptop, you're not covering the microphone there. We'll make sure we get the audio nice and loud. And can you tell us what got you involved in following what some people might call the hoax busting scene or the truth scene? What got you into this in the first place?
Well, I mean, there would have been. I was always fairly sort of curious as a child, but I can't go back too far thinking about that. I think that the real pivotal moment for me was 9/11. I was going to what were they called? Was it the Alcoholics? I think it was the Alcoholics. They're a hip hop band from America, and they were playing at Billboard, and me and some of my skater mates were checking them out. I think it might have been Jurassic 5 as well. I'm a bit hazy on that. It was a bit of a hazy period of my existence. But anyway, I do definitely remember listening to the coverage on the mainstream radio in the taxi coming home at like 3, 4 in the morning. I think it was something like that, or 2 in the morning, or something like that. And then we came home and turned on the TV and just continued watching it. And I became sort of, at least on a subconscious level, very suspicious immediately. And hearing people come out with these kind of sounded like pre-scripted sort of descriptions of, yeah, I came out and I saw the planes hitting the building. It was unbelievable, and there was this, and it just seemed really kind of, what's going on here, sort of thing. And again, even at that point, just subconsciously seeing the 3, whatever it was, maybe 3 pieces of CGI bad things of this plane sort of, morphing into a building, was very suspicious at the time to me. But maybe, perhaps, more just at a subconscious level, and then later on piecing it together and thinking, well, what's going on here? We've got Building 7 being reported as falling down, and it hadn't even fallen yet. And, we all know what a controlled demolition looks like. And, we know that these buildings are pretty strong, and, when a bit of aluminium hits it at high speed, it's not going to collapse at free fall.
All right, well, I'm getting the word through on the live chat that you are still coming through very faint. So just make sure you speak as loud as you can, close to the microphone. So you know about 9/11, you know it's fake, and it sounds as though you're on board with the no planes theory?
Yeah, definitely no planer. I am. I'm just reaching over to get my headphones. So, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, okay then. So we've got Guy with us, and Guy got in contact with me a couple of weeks ago, and we haven't had a chance to have a chat yet, so it's good to get him on board. And sometimes, VB, I know you're still there, sometimes I feel as though more people are waking up to the lies of the lie system. Other times I'm not so optimistic. What are your thoughts over there in Florida?
I'm just perplexed by the statistics that I see on YouTube. I mean, I see I see like Russian Vids comes out with a great, well, he's not even a good example. Some of these other, like, more mainstream type of conspiracy theorist people, they'll come out with a great, a great little half-truth kind of video, and they have, 2 million views or 59,000 views, and I'm thinking, who are these 59,000 people that are watching this conspiracy stuff? I'm confused by that, man.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that myself, and my Orlando video got to about 30,000 before it seems to almost be capped, and I think the reason that one got bigger than all of my other videos was because it became a recommended video by YouTube, and I think if your videos are recommended by YouTube, you can get big numbers, because what will happen is a lot of people, the video will autoplay, which counts as a play, but they won't actually watch it. So my Orlando video, again, say it has 30,000 views, the average view time was in the single-digit minutes, right? So if you think about it, I've still got my regular listener base of, say, a few hundred people who'd watch the whole thing, and then maybe another few hundred, maybe a couple thousand people who'll watch a large chunk. But the vast majority of that 30,000 aren't watching any of it. And I've got a sneaking suspicion you'll find that some of these bigger videos amongst people in this scene, it might say they've got 10, 20, 30,000 views, but if it's any longer than a few minutes, most of those views aren't watching all the content. Do you get what I mean?
Definitely, yeah. And then I've seen another couple channels that just kind of do they talk into their phone, and 2 minutes long, and they're, just recently joined the Flat Earth movement and stuff like that, and their subscriber count jumps from like 230 to like 1,500 over the course of a week, and then their views of their videos still stay in the 100s. What's going on with that?
Well, there are definitely people who buy subscribers. It's quite a lucrative business selling subscribers. So obviously in some cases that might be going on, but just generally speaking, with some of the bigger voices in any scene, whether it's your Flat Earth scene or the hoax busting scene or alternative health or whatever, some of those channels that seem bigger, some of them are legitimately bigger and they've built up their listener base with good content and good promotion. But a lot of them, it's deceptive because they're not really getting the views that it looks like they're getting. And I think that's where some of the confusion can come from. Guy, can you tell us there, live from Melbourne, Fitzroy, Melbourne, no less, can you tell us what kind of channels do you watch on a regular basis?
Oh, mate, let me think. I'm a bit hazy today. But yeah, look, quite a few. There's a few. I watch some of the, the bigger proponents of the flat Earth ones, and some of the lesser ones as well. Russian vids. But while we're on this subject, I mean, I go through a lot of sort of phases with different things and slight obsessions. And I've got to say, John, I don't know about you two guys, but I've really been intrigued by this whole gematria thing. What are your thoughts on that, fellas?
Which aspect of it?
Any aspect of it. I mean, it's a topic that seems really intriguing, and it's really gets you in, and it seems quite a lot of amazing sort of coincidental or what have you things coming through there that are really quite notable. Just the whole gematria system and how the apparent Masonic people that the elites or whatever it is, it's more of a Masonic thing, isn't it? The gematria, that there's certain numbers and codes that seem to filter through a lot of stuff right across the board, from news to hoaxes to celebrity deaths to sacrifices to basketball and sporting events. And I know that sounds really strange. I thought it was strange, but then when you listen to some of these guys, it's pretty incredible the stuff that they come up with.
Which guys are you talking about, though?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Russian vids.
No. Well, Russian vids is someone who's, to my mind, very clearly just sort of jumped on the bandwagon and sort of, I don't know, but it seems like he has borrowed quite a bit of gematria readings from other people like Zachary K. Hubbard, and then you've got another guy named Dan Bruhart or something like that, one of Zachary K. Hubbard's sort of recommendations as a colleague of his. But yeah, those two guys in particular come to mind, and unbelievable stuff. I've almost wanted to get the old the gambling habit out, and as you say, John, have a cheeky nibble on some of these basketball events and so on.
Yeah, so there is an ask, is because there are people out there who they push this gematria, and it does seem amazing at first if you look into it. But before long, you'll notice that some of these same characters are constantly making predictions about bad things that are going to happen. And then when the bad things don't happen, it doesn't stop these people. They just carry on like nothing ever happened. And last year, for instance, we were told that in either late September or early October, there was going to be some big event, and nothing happened. And it seems to happen once or twice a year. They keep saying, oh, this is going to happen. Obama's going to get assassinated. The Golden Gate Bridge is going to be destroyed. And then it doesn't happen. And it's like, how many times can these people get away with this before they lose their viewers? And then you realize they're not going to lose their viewers because most of their viewers aren't really paying that much attention. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, look, am I coming through? Can you hear me?
Yeah, mate, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, look, I don't know, John. I'm coming in from the other end of this. You know, it's a shame I haven't got a whole lot of statistics and stuff to reel off at you. But yeah, my general feeling is that there's a lot in the gematria stuff. It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. You know, I don't want to reel off any figures and stats, but you know, just the way these things line up. You know, Orlando was a certain amount of days after Brussels, and you know, these numbers seem to just keep coming through. And there's all these kind of particular numbers that I'm sure you're of course very familiar with that do filter through these Masonic things, like 33, and you know, the amount of those that filter through, and 42 and all this sort of stuff. I mean, yeah, I'm not an expert on it, but I sit there and watch it and listen, and I'm absolutely staggered by what these guys know and the predictions that they kind of allude to, and they're coming true of some of those events. And you know, it's funny how something as disparate as Prince can somehow link in with an American basketball team and what's going to happen with them and how it links to Prince. And
can you give me an example of one of these accurate predictions that any of these people have made?
Well, you know, Zachary certainly said, I mean, I don't know what day he pinned it down to, but he said that, you know, that this is the year that Prince will die. You know, and he's not an old guy, Prince, so he got the year of Prince's death spot on. But you know, that is just one of many examples. So you know, later on, I don't know. I'm pretty hopeless. I have a lot of sort of holes in the memory, so I just go by things that I watch and that resonate with me, and that but it doesn't mean that I can necessarily recall it to you. But what I will do, John, and I'll be interested to hear what you say, is send you some of the links to his stuff if you haven't been watching.
Well, I appreciate that. There's really no need to do that though, Matt, and I'll tell you why. Because I've been through the whole watching these characters phase, if you like, and I think many of these things, they should be just phases, because if you really pay attention to what they're saying, the predictions they make, etc., eventually you'll realize that they're like broken clocks. They can be right from time to time, but when you're making as many claims as you are, you're bound to be right eventually. And I think there is value in looking at the numbers, the gematria of the words in our language. I think our language is a constructed language. It was given to us. But I don't think that some of these people on YouTube can be trusted for predictions, because if you look at all of their predictions and then look at how many came true, it's not nearly as significant as we might like to believe. Does that make sense, Guy?
It makes sense, but I just really don't agree with you on this one, John, and we'll have to follow it up. Maybe I will in the future, but and that's not to say that someone like Zachary K. Hubbard is probably not some sort of a shill. I mean, there's people that say that he's Joel Greenberg, that sort of whatever he was, IT startup guy, multi-millionaire who died. There's people that say that he's him and all this sort of stuff, but he probably, you know, it probably, maybe Russian Vids is right, and he is a shill. Russian Vids recently did a video on Hubbard where he was, you know, flashing up Illuminati signs and so on and so forth. But you know, then of course Hubbard says that Russian Vids is a shill as well. So yeah, it's always a lot to learn.
Is there a possibility? Sorry, maybe I'll just be quick. Is there a possibility here, Guy, that this talk of this person's a shill, that person's a shill, yada yada, that's also a distraction? Somebody doesn't have to be a paid shill to put out incorrect information. There are attention seekers around every corner, anyone who's ever been to enough parties or to enough bars has seen people who tell stories just for the attention, not even for money. If they can get a bit of money as well, that's a bonus. You don't need the CIA to be paying these people to put out nonsense, for them to put out nonsense. They could do it just because they love waking up and seeing 20 little notifications on their YouTube channel from people around the world who will watch their next video, no matter how incorrect their last video was. They could be doing it just for attention. There's no
Absolutely,
need,
some are.
there's no need to accuse anyone of being a paid shill here.
Yeah, look, I'm not accusing anyone, but there is certainly some suspicious elements that occur and reoccur, and patterns are formed, and yeah, it's always interesting to be open-minded about these things.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's go to BB over there live from Florida. What are your thoughts about all this?
Well, I was going to ask you guys, so does this gematria really only work in English, or does it work with any language?
Well, there's different calculators for the gematria, and what they generally do is cross-reference for a couple of them. There's, guys that are right into it. So there's the Hebrew one, which obviously, is something that perhaps
so each language has to have its own system. So each language has to have its own system made for it.
There's an English system. There's a Hebrew system. I think there's French as well, but yeah, I'm not really sure beyond that.
Okay. Because the Orange family, I've heard all this stuff about America is really just a corporation, and we're owned by the Dutch, and it's the Orange family, and that's the same family that's somehow tied to the German family, which is the Saxe-Gothenburg, whatever the heck that is, and they're really the ones that are on the throne in England. And
funny that
England is the Anglo.
Just sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to say it's funny that you mentioned orange because, according to gematria, that is the only color in the, the English language that is described that sums to 33, and so that's something that they use. Yeah, and they use that quite a bit through these things. I mean, the Orlando shooting happened in Orange County.
Yeah, it happened on Orange Avenue. So what I'm saying is, there's also the comical little thing that always gets referenced on sitcoms about how nothing rhymes with orange. It's unique, it's special,
yeah.
And these are the people that seem to run everything. And there's something else. What was that? Oh, go on. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just listening. Yeah, that sounds.
Okay, yeah, and English. There's a guy named Trutheiracy, and he puts out some good stuff. He puts out some bad stuff. But he's a really intelligent guy, and I think a lot of the old stuff he used to do, 4, 5, 6 years ago, was just intuitive, and it was just him thinking. And call it, beginner's luck or dumb luck, really, kind of. That he figured out a lot of things that kind of make a lot of sense when it comes to etymology. And when you consider the angles of etymology and how that plays into just the English language, English is a Germanic language. And they say these secret societies come from Germany, and it's all a little bit unclear to me. But what I was trying to really get at is the fact that, like John said, that he thinks that this is a constructive language. I think the English language is just witchcraft, and it's used to limit us. It's the same thing as the old legend about how the Native Americans didn't see the ships coming on the shore because they'd never seen anything like that, so their eyes didn't process it. Well, our brains can't process things because of the weaponized language that's used against us.
Mm.
Let me show you guys. I'm not trying to suggest that gematria is nonsense. I'm not trying to poo-poo it. Let me show you something that did pique my interest a while ago and why I'm open-minded to gematria. This is from fakeologist.com. They've recently upgraded their appearance of their site, so it doesn't normally look like this. But anyway, there was a post, a guy called Blue Moon did a show about the nuclear bomb hoax a little while ago. And it's a fascinating audio. It's like 30, 40 minutes. I've promoted it before, and I will promote it again. In fact, I'll link to it underneath this video in the info box. 40 minutes. He shows how clearly fake the nuclear bomb scare of the 50s and 60s was. Anyway, the person who left a post at the bottom of that thread, free to find truth, Zachary K. Hubbard, and he looks at the number 74. Now, just using the basic English gematria of assigning numbers to the letters, he comes up with 74 for Jesus, for Messiah, Muhammad, Jewish, English, Gematria. That could all be a coincidence, right? I mean, really, you take any number, you'll get a whole bunch of words. Here's where it gets interesting, though, is Oregon is also 74. The two letters of Oregon equal 33. Oregon happens to be the 33rd state. And then you've got nuclear energy and weapon, which all add to 74. The bomb itself was dropped on Hiroshima, which adds to 33. It was tested a month earlier on a date with a 33 numerology on the 33rd parallel in New Mexico. Now, the plane that dropped the bomb, the Enola Gay, is 47, 33. And then 74 is also for Masonic, 33 for Masonry. Now, that could all be a coincidence, but there might be something to these numbers, 74 and 33. So I'm very interested in the idea that you can find number significance of the words in English. I'm very open-minded to it. The point I was making to you earlier, though, Guy, is that these people, when they start making predictions, they start looking like damn fools because for all the predictions they make, very few seem to come true. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do, but you know, I'm more interested in the first half of what you were saying. And
yeah, that sounds good because we love to think that there are people out there who've cracked the code and they're sharing the code with us, right? We love to think that. We love to think it's so much so that there are still hundreds of people who trust the Globe Busters, even though one of their hosts has spent the last 3 weeks struggling to deal with basic geometrical mathematics. You know what I mean? Like, it's embarrassing how bad Jeranism's maths is, but people still trust those guys to tell them about the shape of the Earth. Why?
Yeah.
Because we like to believe that there are people out there who've cracked the code and who are sharing it with us. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do, but yeah, that's it's all interesting. Yeah, no, I'm still very interested in the Masonic codes and numbers that they use, and like when an aeroplane crashes, I don't know which one it was it 300, the Malaysian one, and then that crashed at a very significant number before the one that was more recently has just crashed. What was the flight? The last one, was it 800 and something? I don't know. I can't remember, but you know, the numbers were hugely significant of the time passing between the airplane attacks. Disappearances, and very, very significant. Like the numbers all lined up at the exact time.
I think it was 804.
804. Thank you. And then you've got all the the parallels of the the 33 angle of the Earth and the line that falls on, and there's just endless
longitude and latitude.
Thank you. I'm hopeless with science, man. I'm hopeless, but I've got a great bullshit radar. I really do.
No, knowing that you're not that great at science, I'm not that great at the maths and sciences either. I just don't really care that much.
Yeah, it's a great credit to John LeBon's brain, is that he's able to. I can't. I wasn't able. I can't pick. I'm real bad. So I can't look at Jeranism and see the bad math there, because I just wouldn't know the bad math from the good math, and I'm the first to admit that.
But do you feel like when you're watching flat Earth oriented content that you're more interested in the mathematical side, the proof side, the science side, or do you feel like you're more interested in the commentary side?
Oh shit, that's a good question. Let me think about it.
While you're thinking about that one, it is almost time to start wrapping this show up. Now, there's a guy in the live chat. He calls himself Chrome Star, and he's been carrying on like a fool in the live chat. And he says he wants to come on and debate us about one thing or another. Now, normally I'm averse to letting in these kinds of people into a live hangout, but this really has been a bit of a different one. We spent the first hour, Sam and I, going over the latest event. Then we spent the next hour of it chatting with Peekay, and this last sort of portion of the show has been very skew-if, to say the least. So since we're in a bit of an open-minded kind of mood, I say we send a link to this Chrome Star clown, and if he wants to come and have a chat, we can have a chat. Who knows, it might be constructive. Some of these people, they actually do have interesting things to say. They're just not used to having their views challenged, and that's why they act out the way that they do. Some of them are just outright fools. So what I'm going to do is say, Chrome Star, if you want to add me on Skype, I'll send you through the link privately. It's John P. Bono on Skype, John P for Peter, Bono, John P. Bono on Skype. Add me on Skype. I'll send you the link. You can come and join us, and we can have a cordial chat about any topic that you like. We'll see where it all goes, and if he wants to join us, he can do so. Now, with all of that being said, we've had a quick chat about your mantra. I get you're interested in that one. I know that both of you are interested in flat Earth. I was talking earlier about human evolution. I'll go to you first there, VB. Do you still believe that you evolved from apes? And if not, when did you change your mind?
I changed my mind on that many years ago. I read a rather religious book which changed my mind on it. And it came at, ironically, it came at evolution with an attack statistically. And it showed how insanely high the improbability of humans changing into, or apes changing into humans really is. And it showed mathematically how evolution is essentially impossible. That book was called, I'm not plugging for a book at all. In fact, I wouldn't really recommend this book to anyone, but just if you want to know, it was called The Science of God, and it was by a guy named Gerald Schroeder. And his whole gimmick was that he was a rabbi, a high-level rabbi, and he was also an astrophysicist. So he started writing books.
So how old were you when you first changed your mind on this topic?
Oh, 20, 25, 27, 28.
What do you think about this idea that as people get older, it gets more difficult for them to change their minds on the bigger issues?
Can I just chime in?
Well, really quickly, can I answer that?
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry. I feel like the way people are treated in the womb and the way people are treated, food, everything, all that stuff matters a lot in those early developmental stages. And I think that some people just get better with age and some people dilapidate with age because of those early years. Because of what goes on in their developmental stages, you know.
There's this idea that as people get older, they get more set in their belief systems, and some people will try and say that's because their brain becomes less plastic and, you know, the neurons become more hardened, which might be real, but I've seen no evidence for that. What other people will say is that people just get stuck in their habits. Humans are creatures of habit, and that includes our thought and our thinking patterns. And so we build up habits over time, and eventually those habits become hard to break. And in the film The Matrix, which I think tells us a lot more truth than most news programs put together, one of the things that happens is that Morpheus says to Neo, look, we usually don't wake up people your age, but we thought that you were the one. And at the time in the film, Neo's character is only like, around 30, something like that. And I think there could be some truth in this. As you get older, you can still break free from the programming, but I think it just gets more difficult and more difficult as you go. And so I like to ask people if they have changed their mind on the big issues, or the bigger issues like evolution, dinosaurs, heliocentric theory, etc. If you did change your mind, when did you change your mind? And I'll go to you there, Guy. You say that you got into all of this back at 9/11. That would have been about, 14 years ago now. Do you still believe that you evolved from apes? And if not, when did you change your mind?
That was a lot more recent that I've been looking into that. A bit of Eric Dubé when he became prevalent in the scene. And then I caught, it was about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, there was a New Zealand guy that was interviewing all these academics and PhD students and alike on a campus in an American university. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, so that guy's name is Ray Comfort, and he's the one who walks up to people and says, what evidence do you have that species change kind? And they give him the example of some bird on some island changing its beak. And he says, well, that's just changing its beak. That's not a change of kind. I want a change of kind. I don't have one. Do you know who Ray Comfort is, though, Guy?
No, sir. No idea. Only reason I know he's from New Zealand is I could hear it in the accent when I watched the documentary, when I watched the show. But, it was compelling. There was some very clever editing as well that went on. It was really well put together for his point of view, but it was very compelling.
See, I was talking about this with Russian Vids and Rollo on our impromptu chat about a week ago. And that guy, Ray Comfort, if you look into his story, he's a very prominent Christian Zionist. And many so-called Christians around the world today believe that the Jews are the chosen people and that Israel is their home. Now, why on earth would Christians believe that the Jews are the chosen people? Well, it turns out that that's what they're told by by the leaders of their denominations and by the influential people within their circles. And Ray Comfort is one of them. And if you look into his history, you'll find out, what do you know, he's a Jew. So you've got a Jew telling the world that he's a Christian, and he's doing videos that seem pretty good, pointing out the problems of evolution. But all the while, he's stringing along his so-called Christian followers and getting them to truly believe that the Jews are the chosen people of God. Insane stuff when you think about it, Guy.
Insane. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so what's happened is I've got a couple of contact requests on Skype. I'm not sure who they are. If they just want to send through and tell me which one of them is this fool who calls himself Chromestar, I'll send through this invitation. And here's the plan, boys. If Chromestar comes along and he wants to have a proper cordial chat, then we can sit here and see where it goes. If he comes on and starts acting like a fool or what have you, I'm going to boot him, and then we're going to say our goodbyes for the show. But of course, we can always reconvene at a future time, do an impromptu chat or something like that. I'm sure that would be a lot of fun. So I had yeah.
Can I ask you guys something now that I got two Australian guys on the air with me?
Yeah.
Consider me an ignorant American. Don't take this as any kind of insult, or maybe I'm just culturally ignorant. I'm just curious. You guys being non-Aboriginals in Australia, do you guys participate in any form of a walkabout or any kind of incarnation of that? Or do you know people who do? Is that part of an Australian white culture or not? I'm just curious.
I can speak to that. I don't think it's a phenomenon that that spreads across to the Caucasian community as Australians. But I will say I've had 2 Aboriginal girlfriends, and yeah, they've both been quite partial to just taking off at times and getting breather space and disappearing.
That's just not just a male thing. Excuse me.
Well, no, not with these 2 girls anyway. But
okay. Just curious, man. Just curious, guys. What about you, John?
I didn't really get the question. Sorry, man.
I was just asking. Do you? Nothing. Go ahead. Just forget it. Sorry.
I literally missed the question. I'm trying to communicate with these dudes on Skype. So what was the gist of it?
He was just saying, the walkabout thing that's attributed to Aboriginals. Do white people in Australia go walkabout as well?
I've never really heard of it. What is it?
Well, you should check out the movie Walkabout, a seminal Australian Aboriginal film from the 70s.
Who funded it? Hold on. A film about Aboriginal from the 1970s. Do you think that film was put out there to help us understand Aboriginals?
Oh, look, there's a whole can of worms there, but I will say it was what's his name that was in the film? Our most famous Australian Aboriginal actor that played Fingerbone Bill in Storm Boy. You know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't. But I'm just reading it now. It says that their father, John Malon, and David Gulpilil, any of these?
David Gulpilil, yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah,
he was in Walkabout, yeah.
And I'm just having a look here. It says this budget was $1 million, which back then was a lot of money. So who was the one funding it? The movie was a second feature directed by Nicholas Roeg, and he got a screenplay from an English playwright. They got backing from 2 American businessmen, Max Raab and C. Litvinov. Well, those names sound like usual suspect names. And filming began in August '69. Let's have a look. Reception and interpretation. What's the plot line, though? Let's have a look. Teenage schoolgirl, stranded in the wilderness, begin packing.
It was very surreal. It was really surreal.
Barely walk.
Lonely film.
Despite being lost, civilization. She appears the other children do not see her. modern style house. Yeah, look, I'd have to watch it before I could judge it, but I'll say this: if I want truth about the Indigenous, I probably don't go to film. You know what I mean? Call me old-fashioned, but there's so much propaganda, and there has been for decades now. And the 70s was when Australia was really destroyed. The White Australia policy was destroyed around about that time.
Yeah.
I
I wasn't suggesting that film is not propaganda. No, for sure.
No, I wasn't even specifically asking about the film. I was asking,
No.
I mean, is that a real cultural practice that the Aboriginals there actually do?
John?
I've never heard of it before, although I have to confess that I haven't really known that many Indigenous Australians. Just to use that terminology, like you people know what I'm talking about. Aborigines, I haven't really known that many in my time. And what you'll find is that in the urban areas, there really aren't all that many. They generally are either on the outskirts of cities or in more remote areas. So people like myself, especially because I grew up in Melbourne, people like myself don't really have much exposure to them. So I really can't comment, VB, to be honest.
Interesting. I did not know that. I thought it was a fully integrated society like it is here in America.
It's not fully integrated with the Indigenous in the sense of they still tend to have areas where they're more prominent, and so there are parts, especially say in northern Queensland, where they're much more prominent. But say in the part of Melbourne that I grew up in, the southeast, there's almost none. Do you know what I mean? There's just almost none. So it really depends where you grow up, and the part of the world that I grew up in, there aren't that many, so it's very difficult for me to comment.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to send a link to this character. I think it's Chrome Star. Now, guys, what happens is sometimes these people turn out to be trolls, and when you send them the link, they send it around to a whole bunch of people and ruin the call. Now, if that happens, we'll have to wrap this one up. We'll just have to reconvene at a future time, maybe in a week or two, have an impromptu chat. So forgive me in advance if we have to wrap this one up quickly. However, this Chrome Star guy could be a decent guy, so I'll send him the link, and we'll see what he has to say for himself. We'll give him a few minutes to say hello, and then we'll go from there. So I've just sent him the link, and we'll wait for him to arrive. But it's been a big show. I do thank everyone in the live chat for taking the time to join us today. We started off talking about the event in Istanbul, which I'm sure we're going to hear much more about over the coming days and weeks. Just while we're waiting for Chrome Star, I'll go to you there, Guy. What do you think about this idea that people who spend too much time focusing on any particular fake event, they might be wasting their time?
Hello?
Here you go. We've got someone saying hello.
It looks like we've been joined by Chad. Chad, is that Chrome Star?
Yeah, this is Chad. First off, John, I have to say props to you for actually putting me in this call. You seem like the kind of person that just surrounds yourself with people. Well, that was my impression, that you just surround yourself with people that think like you and won't question you or go against anything you say. So props to you for putting someone in the call that's basically been saying you're full of shit for the past hour. So good on you for that.
No worries, mate. Well, here's what we're going to do, Chad. We're going to give you a couple of minutes just to introduce yourself, let the listeners know who you are and why you wanted to join the call.
Well, my name is Chad. I'm 25. I'm studying biology at university, and I've heard a lot of claims and things being talked about the event today in Istanbul, and claims about evolution and ISIS in general, and I just don't agree with them, and I believe truth's on my side. So I just wanted to come in and have a chat with you guys, and maybe.
Can I ask you? Can I?
No, Guy, you're just going to chill out for a moment, mate, and we're just going to give Chad a chance to speak. So, Chad, you're 25. You're coming to us from America. Which part of America are you coming from?
I live in Florida, about an hour and a half north of Orlando.
Oh, there you go. Well, you joined on the panel. Obviously, myself, I'm coming to you from Brisbane. We've got with us Guy down there in Melbourne, and actually VB is from Florida himself. So I'll give you a chance to say hello to the other members of the panel.
Hey guys, glad to be here.
Beautiful. All right. So you said there were two main issues that you have. One is to do with this event, and one is to do with, I suppose, evolution. You said that you study biology. Let me ask you the first question. Do you believe that you are a species that evolved from apes or from ape-like creatures?
Well, first off, yeah, this kind of goes back to what I believe Guy was saying. about a book that someone wrote that said, you know, we didn't evolve from apes. It's completely improbable. And well, that's because it's true. Apes are our distant relative, like our distant cousin. We did not actually evolve from apes. What we evolved from was something much more human-like. If you look up Lucy on Google, that's a good example. It's a very hairy human with a much smaller brain, and that's where we actually came from. And if you go back far enough, everything on the entire planet came from a single-celled organism. So actually, everything we're relatives of everything. The trees, the grass, we have the same DNA in us is also in them, and we all evolved through the same process of natural selection. So yes, I do believe that we evolved. But no, it was not from apes. Apes are our relatives, not our apes today, as we know them, are our cousins. It's not where we actually came from. So
yeah, that's fair
yes.
enough. And I did ask, did we evolve from apes or ape-like creatures? So it sounds like you do believe we evolved from ape-like creatures. So the next question is obviously, why do you believe that?
Well, it's broader than that. It's not just that we evolved from apes. We did, but evolution is a process that blindly guides animals and people and plants and everything, and it pulls out the best abilities in all of us. Okay, so natural selection is basically like a blind process that like how do you might ask, like, how do you get a how do you go from like a brown forest bear to a polar bear? And it's really quite simple. Once you cut off a group of bears in a gene pool, for instance, the brown bear migrated to the Arctic hundreds of millions of years ago, and there were no polar bears there. And so one day they're feeding on seals and all this stuff. They had to leave their environment for whatever reason. Then one of the bears gives birth, and there's a mutation. A genetic mutation that says the color of the bear, the fur is brown. There's a mutation there, and the bear comes out white. So now that bear grows up, and then it outcompetes the other bears, because who's going to sneak up on a seal better, the brown bear or the white bear with the white snow background? So now you have competition, and so what happens is that white bear gives birth to more white bears, more white bears. And then over a period of time, the brown bears can't compete. They end up dying off, and you're left with a white bear. And then over another 100 million years or 80 million years, or pick your number, a very long period of time, you get an entirely new species.
Okay, so I understand the theory that you're trying to give us. I'm asking you, why do you believe this? What evidence have you seen that leads you to believe in these theories?
Well, again, it's really in the DNA and in the genetics. We share the same DNA with everything else on the planet. Okay, so it's you can't directly observe evolution, but it's kind of like a detective coming on a crime scene after a crime's happened. You can't, you don't have to witness something to come on and say, oh, well, we can see the murder weapon over here. We can see a boot print over here. And then you put it all together, you find the guy with the boot, and he's got blood on his shirt, and so you can't directly observe evolution, if that's what you're getting at.
No, that's not even what I'm getting at. I'm asking what you've observed with your eyes, anything at all that leads you to believe in evolution other than books, or is it just books?
Well, no, I mean, we have artifacts. We have fossils and things like that. We share. It's in the DNA. So I mean, the research is part of the DNA. It's not just it's not as simple as you read it in a book and then you just believe it. I mean, that's not. There's actually evidence in the book, and that's what you. The evidence is as compelling. You'll believe as compelling as the evidence is to you. So again,
so just, I hate to interrupt you there, man. I'm just asking, what have you seen with your eyes? You talk about DNA and fossils, and this could all be good stuff. What have you seen? When did you see it?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, the evidence is overwhelming in our DNA. Everything shares the same DNA. Does that not Is that not compelling to you?
You're telling me that everything shares the same DNA. Okay, so when did you prove that? Like, what's your evidence that we all share the same DNA?
Well, I mean, if you're getting at, I didn't directly do the scientific work, but that doesn't mean it's incorrect or that, you know, it discredits it by any means. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying it discredits it. I asked you why you believe this stuff, and it sounds like, if you're being honest, you believe it because you read it in a book. That's what it sounds like to me.
But yes, sure. I mean, you could deduce it to that. That doesn't make it less true. You see what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't make it less true, but it does mean that you're believing stuff that you read in a book. And as I understand it, the scientific method is about hypotheses that are falsifiable and then attempting to falsify those hypotheses. So all of these hypotheses that you read in these books, how did you go about trying to falsify them?
Well, I mean, I'm not I'm not like a scientist in that sense. I don't do the research or anything like that. But I mean, what you're setting up is basically kind of like it's like I can't really explain your argument, but I understand what you're saying, and it just, again, it's about the evidence. So how compelling the evidence is to you. You're treating science like religion, where you have stories that have no evidence. But science isn't like that. Again, it's objective and it's truthful, and so again, it's all about the evidence. You can read the evidence in a book, you know, but that doesn't take away from the truths or the facts. You see what I'm saying?
You say that I'm setting up religion like a science like a religion. No, it sounds like you're the one who's doing that. You have faith in what's in these books, even when you haven't attempted to falsify any of it. So if the scientific method is about falsifiable hypotheses and you haven't attempted to falsify anything, then how is what you're doing in any way scientific?
You're treating it like they're just ideas, and that's not how science works. Science is tested, right? So like satellites work. You know, we're having this Skype conversation. It's not the same as just having blank ideas. I think this, and then, you know, there's nothing behind it. Again, science is tested and proven, and it's not just tested and proven by one person or one scientist or one group of scientists. Things are tested by 10,000 groups. You know,
have you met any of those 10,000? Have you met any of them? Who are they?
Dude, there's tons of like independent research groups. Like this is.
Can you name one? Can you name me one? Can you name me one of them?
Yeah, dude, the American Science Association. They fund all kinds of stuff. Dude, Australia has their own. Every country on the planet has their own fucking independent research groups for science, dude.
Cool. So this American Science Association, have you met any of their members?
No, but again, you don't have to, because science can be tested and proven in a lab, right? So you can take their work and then you can test their work in a lab, and so the entire, again, it's not just like one person comes out and says, oh, we proved this, we tested this, and now everyone has to believe it. That's not it. The scientist starts with the evidence, starts with their labs, and then other can duplicate it and recreate it in the lab.
Just on the BB, I just want to establish one thing. I'm trying to establish here that our friend Chad here hasn't actually done any science, and it sounds like that is the case. It sounds like you've got faith in the American Science Association, and you've got faith in all of these other scientists. Until you've done the science yourself, Chad, how can your belief be scientific? It sounds to me like it's faith-based belief.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, again, it's tested by several other labs. Now, whether you're directly involved
or not, you've got faith
difference.
that these people have tested it, haven't you? You've got faith in them for some reason. You trust them.
No, I don't, because these labs are turning out the same exact results. You're making it like a religion when it's not. It starts with facts, evidence that leads to logical conclusions that can then be repeated and retested over and over again in labs across the world. So no, it's not the same as having faith that what they're saying or what they're doing is true or not. It's just not the same.
You keep telling me that these things can be retested, but you haven't tested them. I haven't tested them. How can you name me one thing that I can do to test for myself any of the hypotheses regarding the human evolution theory?
Any test that you can do yourself?
Anyone, any test that any person can
Go
do.
get your fucking bird, take it, get its genome done, and then go get your genome done. Okay, and then the result is going to be that the DNA is something like 100% the same, but it's activating different DNA in both of us to create the person, the species, the bird that we are. I mean, yes, dude, you can do things. You can absolutely go get the genome of any animal, any two animals, a tree and a bird, a frog and your mom, and you're going to get the same genome, dude. So, yes, I mean, it's testable. Just because you haven't looked into it or just because you haven't done it yourself doesn't mean that it's incorrect. Again, science is objectively truthful. It's not the same as religion.
Oh, I don't think you understand, Chad. I haven't even started trying to prove that you're wrong. I'm still trying to establish where your belief comes from. We can get to the problems with your theory in a moment. Before we do, I'm just trying to establish where your belief comes from. It sounds like you're agreeing to me that you haven't tested any of what you've been told, but you believe it because you trust that there are other people who are doing the tests. Is that a fair summation?
No, I wouldn't say that at all because, again, it's objective evidence. I mean, you can try to deduce it to that, but that doesn't make the truth any less truthful. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you can deduce. This argument's been done over and over again, and it's a fallacy. I mean, this isn't what you're doing right now isn't anything new. It's a lack of understanding that science is objectively truthful, right? So, I mean, here's a better way to start. Okay, so the entire scientific community overwhelmingly believes in evolution. Okay, so what is your belief as to how we got here? How do you discredit evolution, and how do you prove your thing? Because tons of scientists, all scientists around the world, overwhelmingly believe in evolution, and they believe in the evidence because the evidence is compelling. And anybody can look up the evidence. Again, you don't have to like do the research you don't have to go get the genome to understand that that's how it works, and these are the facts. When you're dealing with facts, you don't have to actually do all of the stuff. So again, I question, how do you what is your belief as to how we all got here? Is it a religious background? And what is your evidence and how you?
No, I don't have any religious background whatsoever, and I'll tell you my beliefs in a moment. Before I do, we better go to the other members of the panel, let them get a few questions or comments in there as well. We'll go first to VB, they're live from Florida. VB, any questions for our new guest, Chad?
Yeah, good to have you on here, Chad.
Thanks, bud.
Just wondering, though, so you're saying anyone can go and replicate any scientific test, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So you can go and create a space shuttle and launch it into space.
Yeah, if you have the money. Elon Musk is doing that right now. But rocket science has been around since the 50s, so nothing new there.
Do you think science, big science, would ever have any reason to, any kind of agenda? You think science is just above agendas? Do you really think that, Chad?
Well, science is objectively truthful, and that's why peer-to-peer testing is so important. So a group might falsify. So a group might have reason to falsify their claims, right? It might be politically.
Yeah, but they're peers, right? They're peers. So
I'm giving you an answer. No, don't.
Tests. They all get the same credentials, so they're part of a brotherhood. They're part of a graduate.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
People in their club, right?
No, let me answer your. Let's take it one thing at a time. So,
reviewed means reviewed by people that are in your club that took the same oaths and have.
Dude, this only works if you let him answer, dude. So when you ask a question, let him answer.
You gotta let me answer, and we'll move on to something else. I'm fine with that, but let me answer your question. So a group of people might have reason to falsify their claims, but that's why peer-to-peer testing is so important. So one lab might come out and say, it could be anything. It could be, you name it. So they have to publish their evidence in scientific journals that then other labs and other scientists can then they have to be able to duplicate it in their lab. Their work should come out like a math problem in another lab. There should be. You set it up here, and then you get, your number at the end. Okay, and if it doesn't come back out as the same results as them, then that theory is put into question. And then if that theory is not correct, then it's not factual. It's not real science. So yes, people can and have lied in science, but that's why peer-to-peer testing is so important. So if I
How often do you think that happens? How often do you think that happens?
all the time. If anytime there's some big breakthrough in science, there was Brian Greene said it himself. 2 labs have tested something, I can't remember what, something in string theory, but he said that they're not even going to start. They don't even consider it truthful or budge until something like 1,000 labs have said, yeah, these results are correct. So it's very extensive, dude. It's very, very objective in its
as long as it's within a group of peers that are already at a they already have a certain degree, a certain diploma.
You're assuming that science is like a club, and it's not. It doesn't work like that, dude. They publish the results in a scientific journal, and reputations are on the line. So one scientist might put out a bullshit study, and then he's putting his reputation on the line. Then a scientist he's never heard of, never met, will test that result and prove that man wrong, and now he gained his reputation by disproving that theory. In the meantime, crushing the other guy's theory. It's not a club, dude. This is objective, factual understanding of the natural world. That's what science's aim and goal is, and it's very objective.
So you're saying the top scientists run around trying to be cutthroats on each other and outdo each other and ruin each other's careers and just destroy lives. Is that what you're saying, man?
No, it's not. It's not like that. They only care about the truth. Science only cares about the truth. Okay, but I'm just showing you that it's not this brotherlyhood group that's like a conspiracy to trick the entire world into saying, oh, this is the truth and you have to take it from us. That's just like completely not how science works at all. Science is open doors. They publish their in scientific
pension
journals.
plans, man. Pension plans, man.
What?
You got to consider pension plans, careers.
All right. So I'm not really sure this one's sort of getting too far. We'll move over to Guy over there. Guy, do you have any questions for Chad? I guess Chad from Florida.
That guy
Chad?
was really quiet on the stream. I don't know if I'm coming in loud or quiet.
No, you're right, mate. Guy, you're muted. You've got to click on the Google Hangouts window and unmute yourself. I had to mute you a little while ago, so you've got to unmute yourself. And yeah, while Guy's trying to sort out his muting, he unmute himself. I'll throw to you there, Chad. Let me throw to you something that I discovered, and when I did, I found it hard to believe that anyone could believe such nonsense. It's the out of Africa theory, Chad. Do you believe that all humans came from Africa?
Yeah, we actually did, and you can trace the fossils back to that time. You're talking like hundreds of millions of years ago, though. That's not some short-lived thing. We came out of Africa because you can actually follow all humans as a race and our distant cousins that we once were, things like Lucy and other things that we came from. It's very gradual steps of evolution. And when you get to the oldest fossils, they are in fact in Africa. So yes, that's how that understanding came about. That's why we came from Africa.
So you're saying that you believe that we came from Africa due to how old fossils are?
Well, not just how old they are, but also geographical location. If you follow them back far enough, you're going to that's where it all begins. The oldest fossils are in Africa. Yes, that's true.
All right, cool. Because I'd love to talk about carbon dating and other methods of atomic dating with you in a moment. But first of all, are you familiar with the work that was done about 30 years ago, published in Nature Journal, regarding mitochondrial DNA and how that allegedly proved that we came from Africa?
No, I don't think so, no.
All right, well, let me read to you something. I might even screen share it. This is from Columbia University. And to make this easier for the listeners and for yourself, I might just screen share it, so bear with me here. I'll go to screen share. We'll go to mitochondrial DNA. Is it on the same thing? Yes, it is. Hold on a second. Present to everyone. And there we go. So this should be coming up. Can you see this? Out of Africa. And
no, I can't. But just if you just give me the overview of the theory and then read whatever you'd like to read out of it, we can talk about it.
Cool. So this is from Columbia.edu. It's entitled Out of Africa Again and Again. It's by Alan Templeton. And he explains in, I guess, the foreword, the Nature Journal article that was published and the results that came from it. Now it says, whoever's making that noise, please put yourself on mute. Now it says, the publication of a haplotype tree of human mitochondrial DNA variation in 1987 provoked a controversy about the details of recent human evolution that continues to this day. It then says, now many haplotype trees are available and new analytical techniques exist for testing hypotheses about recent evolutionary history about haplotype trees. And then he goes on to explain more about his work that's been more recent. Now that 1987 work that he's talking about, this is from Rebecca Cann, Mark Stoneking and Alan C. Wilson. And what happened is that their work was published in Nature. It was meant to be this groundbreaking proof that humans came from Africa. Now here's where it gets interesting. The mitochondrial DNA that they used to allegedly prove that we all came from Africa was drawn from a sample of 147 people from 5 geographic populations. What's really interesting is that those 5 geographic populations, none of them were Africa. So what all this is to say, and I recommend people look into this for themselves, the Cann, Stoneking and Wilson study that was published in Nature, they were saying that their sample size of 147 people, by looking at their DNA, none of those people having been actual Africans themselves, they were able to scientifically deduce that we all came from Africa. Does that seem, if what I just told you actually is what they claimed, does that seem like it could be in any way legitimate science to you, Chad?
Well, you said there was controversy surrounding it. Now, I don't know all the details or anything about that, but I mean, they could very well be comparing it to, again, fossils that we found from long ago in Africa. But I don't really understand the full point of the research or what they were really did. I mean, I understand what they're trying to prove, but I don't understand the work that they actually did. And as you said, there's controversy surrounding it, so you know, there's not much for me to really say here. You know. Well,
in the live chat, Chad, I believe it was you. It might have been somebody else asking what research I've done into biology, and I would think that if we're all supposed to believe that we came from Africa, understanding where that theory got popularized, how it got popularized, etc., I would think that it'd be a pretty important part of learning about all of this. So I'm surprised that you haven't heard of it. I'll read you one more article. This one is from MHRC.
But that's not evidence. That's not the only evidence. I mean,
we can talk about the other evidence in a moment, but first let's just establish if this out of Africa theory is in any way scientific to begin with. Now, this is from the Molecular History Research Center, again, Mitochondrial Eve, and I'll quote, in 1987, a worldwide survey of human mitochondrial DNA was published by Cann, Stoneking and Wilson in Nature magazine. Its main point was that all mitochondrial DNAs stem from one woman, and that she probably lived around 200,000 years ago in Africa. When the media picked up from Wilson, one of the authors of the paper, that they had found the Mitochondrial Eve, or African Eve, the story became a sensation. Have scientists found the mother of us all? Now, one of the reasons why this is important is because people might, I'm 28 years old, by the way, I was born in 87, is that we were taught when I was going through high school and university that we all came from Africa, that this theory was the best theory that we had, that we all came from Africa. They never said to me that the study that was released, I think it was done in 85, 86, released in 87, that study had a sample size of 145 people. They didn't explain that the way that they used those samples to prove that we all came from Africa was via a computer sampling process, and they definitely didn't explain that none of those 147 samples were even from Africans. So if you were to find any of this out to be true, Chad, that this was their story, that the out of Africa theory was popularized 30 years ago with a study that used 147 people, none of them Africans, and computer sampling to infer that we all came from Africa, would you find that a little bit suspicious? Or if it came from scientists, would you assume it must be true?
Well, again, that's only one paper, and again, I don't know anything about it. But the evidence as to why we came from Africa, again, is fossil fuels, or fuels in general. I'm sorry. The oldest fuels date back to Africa, but also it's in the DNA. Now, the DNA is much more compelling than any other evidence that we have. Now, the DNA of Africans is very different than any other DNA on the planet. And so, if you were to even take two Africans, their DNA is very varied. But then if you look at an African and an Asian, it's very different. And so if you look at like Americans' DNA compared to, well, I mean, that's not as good, but is Australians compared to, let's say, Chinese, okay, that DNA is very different. But we all share African DNA. That's like the primary. That's like the most common DNA that's found in all humans across the board. And then,
I hate to interrupt you there, mate. I'm happy to talk about all of those other studies or these other things that you think you have in a moment. But just first, it's important to establish here, do you believe that any study that involves 147 people, none of them Africans, could be used legitimately to in any way suggest that we all came from Africa? Does that seem to you like a reasonable thing?
Well, poll samples are definitely reasonable, but no, again, I don't know anything about that study, so I mean, again, I can't really comment on it. You said that there was controversy on that. I'm just going off of what you said, and again, that one study is not the basis as to why it's widely believed that we came from Africa. It's just not. I mean, again,
well,
I
understand that, Chad. I'm not trying to suggest that this is the only study. What I'm trying to establish here is, at what point do you question the science that's being given to you? At what point do you do that? And this is one good study to use as an example. Will you defend, when you learn, and you will, that this is considered to be legitimate science? Will you accept it as legitimate science, or will you question it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't defended this paper not one time since you brought it up. Again, this is your thing, and I know nothing about it. I can't comment on it. Whether you want me to say whether I believe it or I don't, and my answer is simple. I just don't have enough information to make that kind of judgment or that kind of conclusion. But if there's controversy around it, then that means there's conflicting ideas. Now, science loves conflicting ideas, okay, because you're hashing it out. You're getting to the bottom of things. You're figuring out the truth. I'm only interested in the truth, and I just don't have enough information to draw any kind of conclusion from that. But this one study is not the reason why it's widely believed that we came from Africa.
So you do think it's possible that the study that I just told you about, that you might read it and decide that you think it's bunkum, and that the scientists behind it are misleading, they're not using the real scientific method, that there might be some lies or some deceit involved? You think that's possible?
I mean, sure, it's possible, but science will root that out. There's no doubt in my mind that science would root it out, and I mean, I wouldn't assume that they're bad people or that they're trying to lie to gain themselves. If that's the case, then again, science doesn't care about that. Again, it only cares about truths. So it would be uprooted either way. I mean, you said there's controversy around it. That's likely because other people tested it and it doesn't weigh right. You know what I'm saying? So again, science.
The reason I brought this one up, Chad, wasn't to do with the controversy that other people say surrounds it, because this is actually still taken to be legitimate science. This is still taken as proof. This mitochondrial Eve is still taken as being legitimate. It's still used as an example of proof that we all came from Africa. And what I'm trying to suggest to you is that a sample size of 150, no actual Africans, and computer modeling done on the DNA is not proof of anything. And anyone who says otherwise is a charlatan or a deceiver. And it sounds like you're open-minded to the idea that maybe this particular study is not legitimate, but because you haven't seen it, you don't feel you can comment on it. That's fair enough. I'd love for you to tell me right now, though, these fossils that have been dated, how do you go about carbon dating? Why do you believe in carbon dating, Chad?
Well, it's an objective approach. I mean, it works. I mean, there's no, why do you use a fork to eat fucking spaghetti, dude? I mean, because it works. It's a tested method that's accurate. So it's not 100% accurate, but it gives us a very, very good time frame. So,
okay, so with a fork, I can eat with a fork. I can do it myself. I can say to somebody else, take this fork, eat with this fork, it will work. This is objective in the sense that people can do it. What have you done to prove any of this carbon dating to be true?
well, again, it just goes back to understanding. I mean, you know, you can question everything, but carbon dating is a tool that that just gives us a time that can tell us how old, you know, molecules are. So it's not it's just a tool, dude. Like it's not about like whether I believe in carbon dating or not. It's just a method. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but
it's
why do
not,
you think it's a legitimate method? Why do you trust the people who tell you that they can determine that things are thousands of years old by using this method? Why do you believe that they can do that?
well, and because it works. But again, I would just turn this question around as to why don't you believe in carbon dating? You know, it's like the thing with evolution. You know, it's why don't you believe in carbon dating? Why don't you belief's not a good word. Why don't you understand the process of carbon dating? I mean, you know, like you see what I'm saying? It doesn't asking me why doesn't like really even get us anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's,
Well, I'm asking for your evidence, Chad. What's your evidence that these people who tell you that they can accurately date things actually can? And it sounds like you're admitting you don't actually have any evidence. You take these people on trust or on faith.
no, again, carbon dating is just a tool, dude.
Yeah, and
It's
why do you
not.
think it's a legitimate tool? That you give them something and they say it's 5,000 years old? Why do you believe them? Why do you
Again,
believe them?
it's because it works. It's accurate. It's telling us about how old something is. I mean, that's its only goal, and it works.
How do you know it's
not,
accurate?
What do you mean? I mean, it's like taking iron that's been rusted, and so you have a brand new iron pipe, and then you have an iron pipe that's 20,000 years old or 20 years old, and then you're checking the rust on it to determine how old it is. I mean, again, it's just like a method. It's not really something that you believe in. It's a tool. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's not really. I'm not taking anyone's word for it. I understand how carbon dating works, and that's basically, you know, the bottom line. It's not really
How does
something.
carbon dating work? Can you explain it to us?
Sorry?
You said that you understand how carbon dating works. Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, again, dude, you're measuring how old something is.
How?
Because you're measuring decay, dude. It's easier to think about it in terms of iron, but you're measuring decay. You're measuring the size of nucleuses. You're measuring. It's just a way to measure decay, dude. I mean, it's just. I mean, just Google it, dude. It's not really that difficult to
No,
understand.
you said that you understand it, so explain it to us. We take a rock to a carbon dater. What does he do with that rock to determine its age?
He's going to look at it, magnified the fuck in, and he's going to say, okay, this thing is decayed this much, so we can estimate that it's around, you know, X to X years old. It's just measuring decay, dude. I mean, that's the simplest way to put it. You're looking at the size of you're looking at the size of nucleuses, and again, you're just looking at decay of atoms, basically. So.
Decay
It's just
of atoms. Have you ever seen an atom decay before?
Dude, we're just back at the point where you're just questioning things that just like doesn't make sense to question.
It doesn't make sense to question science, Chad.
No, dude, you're questioning carbon dating. Like, what the hell, dude? If you want to understand carbon dating, just Google it. It's not that hard to understand. It's not that hard to understand the process of carbon dating or the process of evolution. You just, you know, it's if you want to talk more more in depth about things, then that's one thing. But by me explaining how carbon dating works, then you're saying, well, have you ever looked at this? It's just again, no, I have not. I'm not the one doing it, but that doesn't mean that I don't understand the process or the evidence or how it works. But
So
I would
here's
like
why
to.
I'm asking you this. Here's why I'm asking, Chad, because I think a lot of your beliefs depend on trusting people who tell you they can do things that, if you took a step back, actually sound kind of magical. This idea that you could give someone a rock and they can tell you that it's 20,000 years old, that's actually like a magical power that they have, and you trust them when they say that they
comes off magic to people
and atoms. Now, let me tell you my understanding of how carbon dating works. Right, there are different isotopes of carbon, and they believe that they know that at any given point in time there should be so much radiation being emitted of that particular isotope, and so you give them a rock and they say it's currently emitting this amount of radiation. We believe that that's commensurate with a rock that is 20,000 years old. The question is, though, where is their sample against which to test that? What rocks do they have that they know via other means are 20,000 years old that give off that amount of radiation? Can you see the point I'm making here?
Yeah, I mean it's like I mean, dude, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. It's easiest to think about with like iron rods, but dude, fuck carbon dating. Like I want to talk about the Istanbul event today, and
yeah, we'll talk about Istanbul in just a moment, mate. But first of all, we were talking about evolution and the out of Africa theory. You admit you don't even know where that theory came from. Okay, then you say that you've got other things. You've got fossils. You know their age. I say, how do you know their age? You say carbon dating. I say, okay, cool. What do you know about carbon dating? You say it's all about decay and about atoms. And I say, okay, sweet. So carbon dating is about decay and atoms. Have you seen any atoms decay? No, you haven't. I say, okay, well, carbon dating is done by supposedly measuring certain atoms of certain isotopes of carbon and how quickly they decay, and saying that based on that amount of radiation that's being emitted, we know the rock, or we can estimate the rock is that old. And I say, cool, but what's their sample they're using that again? What's the objective one?
Okay, so you want to we can actually think about that pretty clearly within the context of coming from Africa, right? So the decay from fucking Egyptian mummies, okay? That decay, or Egyptian, just people in general, or people, the Aboriginals, okay? Anything you take, okay? You can measure that decay compared to the decay from fucking from the earliest people, the skeletons found in Africa. So I mean, you can objectively compare the two, but I mean that would be your comparison. But again, I mean, you've been directing these conversations since I came in. I've just been answering questions, it feels like, but you didn't answer our question as to what you believe in evolution, or what you believe.
I'm happy to say, but just before I do though, the point I was making with this carbon dating thing is, suppose I give you a giant hourglass, okay, and I don't tell you how much time has passed since the hourglass started, the sand started passing through the middle, right? You could use the same size hourglass, measure it, and find out how much sand should be in there after 1 hour, after 2 hours, etc., right? Then, when I give you another hourglass of the same size, because you've already measured it yourself objectively, you can just compare it against your sample hourglass to determine how much time has passed, okay? There is no equivalent with carbon dating. They only began doing this kind of carbon dating in the last 100 years or so, right? So there are no rocks that we know via other methods to be 20,000 years old that we can use.
You can create the metric, but again, it doesn't. Time like is that comparison. So again, you can create the metric. Again, if we're talking about comparing Aboriginals to Africans, you can literally measure and tell that the Aboriginals are far more recent than the Africans. But fossils aren't compelling as to why we believe we came from Africa. It's in the DNA. Again, DNA is the like 100% best fucking evidence of evolution and of all the theories that come from it. Dude. So
what about DNA tells you that we came from Africa?
Well, again, I was explaining this earlier. The African DNA is far more prevalent in every single human than like you're from Australia. I'm from America. Okay, or let's take an Australian and a Chinese person, right? Because I don't know where my heritage is actually from. So if you take an Australian and a Chinese man, their DNA is different, but the majority of your DNA is coming from the same kinds of DNA in Africa.
Okay, so that's a claim that you're making. What's your evidence for that claim?
No, it's not my claim. It's just a fact, dude. I mean, that's just
A
how
fact
it is.
based on what evidence? What evidence? What evidence?
They've studied DNA from all these different cultures, and everyone around the world has the most common DNA is the DNA from Africa. I mean, that's just how it works.
Can you cite me even one study or one set of evidence that I can check to check your claim?
No, just Google it, dude. You know, it's not. It's again, if you really want to know the question, just Google it, dude.
See, that's the thing. I actually have looked into this, and I showed you that study before from that 1980 study.
You talked about study.
You know how you say that you've got this DNA, and all the DNA comes from Africa. That's the studies that I was showing you. That 147 person sample size, none of them from Africa. That's where whoever's told you that they've got this DNA proof that we all came from Africa, it goes back to that study, Chad.
No, it doesn't, dude.
How embarrassing is it going to be for you when you find out that the person who doesn't believe in evolution knows more about the studies about where out of Africa came from than you do? If you're paying money for your education, you should go back and ask for a refund, mate. How do I know more about this than you do?
Dude, you cited some study that I've never heard of. That's not the be-all, set-all about the idea that we came from Africa, dude. It's multiple studies.
It actually is, Chad. No, Chad, that is the study. That's the study, Chad.
Dude, no, it's not. Dude, oh my God, I'll fucking look it up.
You can look it up. You're going to find out. It goes back to Cairn, Stone, King, and Wilson, dude. Now, how come I know more about this than you do? If you're paying money for people to tell you that you came from apes, how come I know more about this than you do?
Dude, you're talking about us coming from Africa, and I said it's in DNA evidence, and that's just, like, look it up, dude. Again, I don't know what you're pulling, but it's not just one theory or one study that's, like, set all be all. Like, again, it's not, you put up some study that you said had controversy. I'd never heard of the people, and I didn't even understand the entire theory, dude. So again, you're acting like that theory is the only theory that exists that states this or has done the research and work into it, and I'm telling you, that's not the case, dude. That's not how science
works. Give me one other study. Just give me one other study. Just give me the name of one other study. I'll look it up right now.
Dude, I'm outside. Just Google it. I mean, it's really not hard, dude. This isn't something that we spend a lot of time on in fucking class, dude. Like we're studying complexity. Like, we're not studying this stuff. We went over this, but I don't fucking remember who came up with the theory. I just remember the facts, dude. But anyway, let's move on to the fucking shooting in Istanbul today. We've been talking about evolution forever, and or let's talk about your beliefs in evolution, because I'd love to hear that too. So let's move on to another topic. I mean, it's the same premise with any kind of science that we talk about. We're gonna talk about a study that I believe in. The science is proven, and you're going to go, well, why do you believe in that? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? And again, it's like completely misleading to how science works. So let's move on to ISIS or Istanbul. Or let's talk about.
Okay. So just with the evolution thing, mate, I went to school. I did well at school here in Australia. Went to university. I fully believed in evolution. I fully believed in dinosaurs and everything else. And I read Richard Dawkins' God Delusion, and I thought I was really smart. And then one day, it occurred to me it was time to actually look into the evidence for myself. And when I discovered that out of Africa theory thing, I thought it was laughable. I thought someone was pulling my leg. I looked further into it. No, this is actually the official story of how we learned that we all came from Africa. And ever since then, it's just been a wild ride of questioning what I believe, which is supposedly what science is supposed to be about. So I don't know where we came from, Chad. I don't believe in Catholicism or in any of the established religions. I don't have an answer for you how we got here. But I'd rather have no answer than a clearly laughable answer, which is what I used to have when I used to believe what they teach us about science. Now, as for Istanbul or for any other event, I've been questioning you a lot, so I'm more than happy for you to decide the next topic. You tell us what you want to question us about, and we'll see if I can answer your questions. We'll see if a guy down there in Melbourne can. We'll see if EB can answer your questions. Fire away, and we'll see what we can come up with for you.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are very hypocritical, especially when it comes to these events like Istanbul and Orlando. I mean, on one hand, you guys are talking about them being paid actors, which I don't think you even understand how crazy, like how in depth that conspiracy would be, and how many people would not be at the airport or have their flights redirected. And then on the other hand, you're saying that there's a lot of YouTube channels out there. Okay, so you're making those claims without any kind of evidence that it could be actors, could be real. And then you guys are talking about how a lot of YouTube channels out there are strictly just talking out of their ass and they just talk about things that they don't know and they're basically bullshit. And I would say that you're one of those channels that are basically doing that. I mean, this story just broke a few hours ago. This incident just happened a few hours ago, and you guys are talking about how these people are paid actors. They look like paid actors. The video evidence is bullshit, and it's amazing how they have security camera on the guys and all these kind of claims, and it just seems like you guys are part of the problem when it comes to spreading misinformation and bullshit on YouTube, especially surrounding events like this. Now, do you guys believe that ISIS is not real, or some kind of like CIA conspiracy or something like that?
That's a good question. I'll let VB answer. And Guy, you're still on mute, mate. So once VB's answered, you should answer, Guy. But you have to take yourself off mute. You've got to go up to the top of your Google Hangout window and click on the mute microphone button and unmute yourself. We'll go to you there first, VB. I think Chad's question was, do you believe ISIS actually exists?
As far as I know, Hillary is on record. Many top politicians are on record admitting, didn't they start ISIS? Isn't that well known that that's an American creation?
No, ISIS was not created by Americans. At one point, we probably
by the CIA, I guess.
No, ISIS was started by a thug who was leading Al Qaeda in Syria. Okay, he was leading the Al Qaeda sect in Syria, and then he branched away. He took what his power was in Syria and branched away from Al Qaeda. Okay, and then they tore down the wall to Iraq, and they basically swarmed the military fucking bases there that America had armed up to the T. So when ISIS took over those fucking places, they got something like 1,500 Humvees and brand new weapons and insane amounts of ammo. So no, ISIS was not started by the CIA. Now, the one thing to point out is that the CIA has armed up tons of groups in the region, but that's not the same thing as them creating them or wanting what they've become to happen. Okay, the way the Middle East works is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, so we find out that Saudi Arabia funded helped fund the terrorists that actually ended up doing 9/11. Now, that might seem like Saudi Arabia wanted 9/11 to happen. That's not the case. They armed up a group that was fighting their enemies, and so it was in their own personal interest. Okay, the CIA works the exact same way. When Russia invaded Afghanistan in 1979, the CIA was there day one, putting machine guns in the hands of farmers. So no, the CIA did not create ISIS. ISIS was a force. It was a sect of Al Qaeda in Syria, and the guy basically took the group away from the mainstream.
So Chad, so Chad, have you looked into the Orlando shooting much?
Yeah, dude, it's like an hour and a half from me.
Okay, I live like about 2 or 3 miles from where it happened.
Okay, well, let's talk about it.
Well, I've already spoken with John before on another show, but did you hear the interview? I wish I knew what the guy's name was, but there's a gentleman on YouTube who Russian Vids has the video of it, but it's copied from this guy's channel, and the guy calls up the hospital and asks for Angel Cologne, and Angel Cologne comes on and does an interview with this guy on the phone. The guy asks him where he's been shot. Angel Cologne clearly says, "I was shot in my hands." Okay, and then you see Angel Cologne on the news with 0 hand injuries. How do you explain that away, Chad?
You're okay. We went from talking about does ISIS exist, and what I was trying to get to was Islamic extremism, and if you guys even believe in that or understand the significance of that religion.
Yeah, Omar Mateen from the gay club shooting was ISIS, wasn't he?
He was a rogue. He was just a rogue person. But the scary thing about ISIS is, and we'll get back to what you just asked me. But the scary thing about ISIS is, and it's probably the case for these Istanbul guys, is that that people can act rogue. They can I can claim my I can claim that Allah's my God, and go shoot up a gay club here and do it in the name of ISIS. And if I'm successful, ISIS will claim it and say that that was their attack. They support me, basically. Now, that was the case with that guy. He was born here in America, raised in America. His father was radical. He was from Iran or something like that. He was a very radical Muslim. And so that kid didn't come from ISIS over here and do something. That wasn't a planned attack from ISIS headquarters. But he acted, and he did it in the name of Allah and ISIS. Now, what you're asking me about some guy lying. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking speak for that guy. I don't know anything about it or care. I mean, that's so irrelevant for what we're talking about here.
He's a survivor. No, he was one of the big survivors. He was all over this.
I'll just interrupt quickly here, guys, because the particular event there in Orlando, like it's one little event. There's a broader question that Chad was asking about: do we believe in ISIS or not? And it's a good question, I think. So we'll see if Guy has worked out his microphone yet. Guy, can you try speaking? And no, still, you might have to just leave the call.
What do you think, John? What do you think, John?
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, fair question, Chad. So I'll tell you what I think. Just quickly though, have you read the work of George Orwell? Do you know 1984?
Yes, of course. I understand the concept of, the government is the trying to take everything over and control all the people. Yes, I get that. It's completely conspiracy.
Yeah, so one of the things that Orwell wrote about was this idea that the government wants the people to have an enemy to be scared of. They need, and also that in the other countries, it's the exact same thing. Every government depends on having enemies that the people are scared of. And so in 1984, the enemies are make-believe. They're just on the telescreens, or what you and I might call televisions or computers. They're not real. No one ever sees them. They're just that we're scared of. Well, just hear me out here, Chad. Now, George Orwell, he was writing that book just after World War II. In 1948, it was released, I believe. Okay, and George Orwell, of course, did work as a journalist for years and years before that. So he wasn't just some random conspiracy theorist. And it's a book that people still read to this day. And I think there's a lot of truth in that book. The reality is, I've never met a terrorist. I've never even met someone who was that angry that he would kill himself while killing others. And yet, you and I are supposed to believe that there are all these people out there who will not only decide to kill lots of people, they'll kill themselves in the process, and they'll plan these attacks. So there's been times in my life, and I'm sure yours as well, where I've been angry, even angry enough to hurt people, but it's always been a passing emotion. The idea of planning out an attack, I know I'm going to die, that's a pretty extreme thing to believe. And the truth is, other than TV, I've got no proof that anyone would ever do that, Chad. Do you?
I mean, that's not true. I mean, there's kids that will go to schools out of anger and shoot up the entire place and then turn the gun on themselves and kill themselves. So I mean, that's not. But that's out of anger. You're assuming that tons of people, the Columbine shooters. I mean, dude, there's school shootings all the time across the planet. But that's beside the point. The point I'm making is
you've named one, Columbine. Any others?
Yeah, dude, tons. But I'm making the point that people kill people out of anger all the time and they kill themselves, whether it's their spouse or anything. But that's out of anger. Now you're assuming that terrorists are angry and that there's not other things that are motivating them, such as Islam and a radical belief in Islam. Now that's there's people on this planet that are Muslim. In fact, that's the largest religion on this planet. And it's people that believe in paradise and believe that killing infidels will get them 72 virgins in heaven. I mean, that people actually do believe that. And so they're not doing things out of anger. They're doing it because it's justified and holy in their culture to do this. What happened in Istanbul today is a holy act of war by the people that are radical Islam. So yes, they don't have to be angry. You're trying to rationalize with religion at this point, and religion is anything but rational. So
no, you're quite right. They don't have to be angry to do bad things. So you're saying they could just do it because they want to get into heaven with virgins. Why do you believe that?
Yeah, dude, it's in the Quran. It's in the Quran and it's other teachings.
Really? Which part of the Quran?
Sorry?
Which part?
Oh, dude, you have to Google it. I read the Quran many, many years ago, but this isn't even something that you question, dude. This is just as much as in the Quran as it is in the Bible that we came from fucking God. and Genesis and all that shit, dude. I mean, it's
So,
just as
so
much.
you're convinced that people will kill themselves and kill others to get into heaven or something like it, but you can't even give me one passage of the Quran to justify your claim. Not even one.
Dude, I mean, I'm sitting outside smoking cigarettes while I talk to you. If you want, I can go inside and fucking Google it. Again, I've actually read the Quran, and I've read the other teaching, the fucking, god damn it, I can't remember the name of it. But like 4 or 5 years ago, when I got old enough and Islam became, I realized that this problem wasn't going to go away. I actually began to learn about it. But so you're saying that? So I mean, you're basically saying what? If it's not radical Islamic people, radical Muslims, I'm sorry, that believe in Islam that are doing this, then what happened today in Istanbul? What was that event then?
All right,
You're
so
saying
that
that
happened a few hours ago. As I said during that the first 2 hours of this show, several times, I don't know what happens there. I'm happy to look at it, see if I can find any good evidence that it happened as a result.
How do you jump to the claim that they're actors, and that the video evidence is fake, and that it's all tampered with, and that the people laying on the ground dead aren't actually dead because they don't have a blanket over them? I mean, what is your rationale here? What's your reason?
If you just let me answer before interrupting, you'll hear it. So as I was explaining, we were looking through, can we find any evidence that this is an event as they're telling us that it is? Is there any evidence that it's another staged event, which they have done in the past? Let's just look at the photos and the videos and make up our own mind. So I said very clearly, I don't know if it's fake.
What's been a staged event tell me a staged event where 37 people died and 70 were injured, and they're all actors. These actors died to put on a show. I mean, please tell me one that's been a staged event like this.
Boston bombings is clearly a staged event, Chad. Do you believe people actually died at the Boston bombings?
Yes, dude, people did die.
Why? Why do you believe that?
Because they're fucking dead, dude. Their families are on TV mourning. Their bodies are in the fucking morgue. They had a burial.
Which people are dead? Can you name me one?
Dude, look up the facts. That's such an old case. But dude,
no, you're the one telling. See, Chad, don't you notice you keep making all of these claims, and the moment someone says, "Okay, what's your evidence?" you say, "Go and look it up." Like you keep making all of these claims, and I say, "Okay, just give me one example," and then you tell me to go and look it up. You're the one making the claims. If you're making the claims, it's incumbent on you to provide the evidence. And every single time you can't do it. Why is that?
Dude, because I'm sitting outside and the Boston bombings happened forever ago. Like you expect me to fucking remember the names of the people? No, dude, the people actually died there. Bombs went off. There were tons of eyewitnesses that were there that were near the explosion when it fucking happened, and people got injured. And you're telling me that the people that got injured, the people that pulled out their cell phones immediately after the bombs went off and filmed the fucking smoke in the air and the fucking people on the ground injured, these are people that were just attending the event. You're telling me all of these people are staged actors in that event, and they pulled out their phones because it's part of a plan? Is that really what you're suggesting? Because that's insane.
You'd have to show me which people you're talking about, but I can show you footage where supposedly the bombs have gone off, and just a couple of meters away there are empty plastic cups that weren't knocked over by the bombs. If you were to see that kind of footage for yourself, would you find that suspicious?
I don't know, dude. We'd have to look at that. I mean, but that because some fucking plastic cups didn't
right
get
now,
knocked,
if you like.
dude, because plastic cups didn't get knocked over, it doesn't, like, people fucking died. People were injured. People went to the hospitals. Doctors worked on them. Like, dude, you're talking about a massive conspiracy that would range to, like, thousands of people. Like, dude, it's just absurd to think that level of working together and secret, people can keep that secret, is like a viable or reasonable thing. Like, that's so much more far-fetched than actually understanding that people actually just detonated 2 bombs in the crowd, and the evidence for the bombs is obviously overwhelming. Like,
so you don't think a couple thousand people could keep a secret?
Sorry?
You don't think that, I mean, it wouldn't take a couple thousand people, but let's just go with your number. You don't think a couple thousand people could keep a secret?
No, dude, not when it involves something like that. But again, it's just not rational.
Let's just get something clear, though. You don't think a couple of thousand people could keep a secret. Why is that?
No, dude, because we couldn't even keep a secret that our fucking president got a blowjob in the Oval Office, and 2 people knew that. Like, dude, that's just not how humans work, first of all. But secondly, you're not thinking about all the things that are coming in to play there. Okay, that means that any like normal person like you or me that wanted to attend the Boston bombing or the Boston Marathon could not attend because we are not part of the fucking show. So that would imply that every single person that's in the evidence audience is a paid actor or actress. The same applies to the Istanbul thing today and all the other places, and that's why it's all bullshit that they're all actors. Okay, so all these people would have to be there, and then all of these people that wanted to go but would somehow have to be stopped or told they can't go there. So that way the actors can be in position, be in place, and lie about the entire thing. Like, dude, it's just completely irrational.
Yeah, just hold on there. So we can talk about the logistics of how you pull off this operation, but we just want to get something clear here. Do you believe that a couple thousand people can keep a secret or they can't?
Dude, it doesn't even matter. Like, again, let's talk about the logistics, because that's like a much better case for both of us.
Cool. Because if you want to talk about logistics, we can start bringing up the footage from the day. It'll be fun to go through it with you. But I just want to establish something. You said that it's insane to think that these people could keep a secret. That was your claim. So let's just find out what your claim is here. Do you think a couple thousand people can keep a secret or not? Simple question.
No, dude, of course not. Like, fucking something like...
So have you heard of a thing called the Manhattan Project, Chad?
Yes, we're talking about it.
So
we know about it. It's not a fucking...
The Manhattan Project was, we're told by history, the development of the atomic bomb. Do you know how many people were involved in that project, Chad?
Something like 300 scientists.
And do you know that they were supposed to be keeping that project a secret, Chad?
Yes, and I also know that fucking, oh god damn it, what's that guy's name? An educator of science was fucking writing to his wife and talking about it, and I know that we are talking about it right now, therefore it's not a fucking secret, dude. Like,
yeah,
you see what I'm saying? If we know about it, then they didn't do a very good job of keeping it a secret.
Do you think during the Manhattan Project there were any people who were able to keep it a secret or not? Chad?
Well, anyways, how many people do we actually see in all the collective footage of today's event? How many actual people? I wonder what the count is, you know? Let's see.
Well, it's a good question, VB, and the point that we were making today was that like Sam and I were talking about this, you don't even really need all of the people there to be in on it. Many of them could just be innocent bystanders who have seen that there's a commotion going on, have wandered over to assist, and they've been told, look, just wait here, blah, blah, blah. They wouldn't even need to all be in on it. And I think people like Chad, they've got it in their mind that the Boston bomb is because they've seen it on TV, that there are these people, dozens, maybe hundreds of people running around, that there must be thousands of people there, because in their mind they're assuming it's all real. But all they're seeing is the people on the screen. There's not thousands of people there to begin with. In fact, if you ask him to name one single name of one single dead person, he can't even do it. You know what I mean? They're all just images on a screen, but in his mind, all of these people are real. And you would have even heard it in his voice towards the end there. He's convinced that people really died. You know what I mean? Like they died, dude. They died. Who died? Just give me one name. He can't do it. He believes it, but he can't even give you the name of the person who died. Now, Guy, you did have to leave the call. You've come back. Can you speak now?
I can. I'm unmiked. I'm unmuted. Yes.
What did you make of our friend Guy from Florida?
He wasn't Guy. I'm Guy. I can't remember his name. It was Chad. Yeah, I was just incredulous to what he was coming out of his mouth. But, you know, it's always very frustrating for me because I can't often, you know, back up my thoughts and stuff. But, yeah, I'm incredulous. I thought surely he was just off his rocker with what he was saying. Incredible.
Well, I don't know if you noticed this, but I asked him, because what I wanted to do was just ask him why he believes what he believes. When you're dealing with someone who you're confident is wrong because they've been indoctrinated or misled, then you don't need to tell them the truth. Just ask them why they believe what they believe. So,
Sure.
Do you believe we came from ape or ape-like creatures? And of course he did the whole, we never said we came from apes, we came from blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, those are the ape-like creatures. So you do believe we came from ape-like creatures? Great. Why do you believe that? And, oh, well, because of DNA and because of fossils and dating, carbon dating. It's like, okay, great. So let's look at the DNA. He didn't even know the study about DNA. He didn't understand Mitochondrial Eve. So they've got people being trained in biology or whatever they want to call their biological studies who don't even know the names of the key studies. I went through the study with him. He said he's never heard of the study. Remember, according to his testimony, he's paying for this degree, by the way. So he's paying money to people. If it's true that he's never heard of that study, he should be asking for his money back straight away right there and then, right? But anyway, he says, look, I don't know the study. I can't really comment on the study. And to an extent, that's fair enough, although I explained the main details there. Sample size, 150 people, none of them Africans. Supposedly that proves we all come from Africa. Do you see a problem? Any sane, objective person says, yeah, that seems like a bit of a stretch to say that a study of 150 people's DNA, none of them from Africa, proves we came from Africa. That seems a little bit like a stretch, but okay, he doesn't know the study. Fair enough. Let's talk about the carbon dating. What is carbon dating? How is it done? Oh, it's decay. It's decay of atoms. Okay, cool. Have you seen this decay? Oh, no, just Google it. Well, I'm not asking to Google it, dude. I just want to know, like, what? You believe that they can tell you how old things are. You believe that you can walk up to a bunch of men, give them a rock, and they can tell you how many thousands of years old that rock is. If you read that in a religious book, you'd say, well, that's just kooky religion. But in a science book, it's legitimate. So tell me why. What is it that these guys do? How do they know how old the rocks are? Oh, just look it up. Just look it up. Like, yeah, I understand it, but I can't explain it. Okay, well, let me explain it to you. I know how the carbon dating method is supposed to work. It has to do with this decay of isotopes, right? The problem is, what are they testing that decay against? What is their base? Like, what is the thing that they know is a certain age to then work it off? You know what I mean? There is none. It's ridiculous. They've been doing this for less than 100 years. Yet they're telling you that they can tell you how old things are 20,000 years old. It's ridiculous, right? And then he says, oh, but it's not about dating. It's about the DNA. Yeah, the DNA, I've already shown you the studies that supposedly prove that they come from Africa. You said you have never even seen them. So, I mean, if any sane person were to listen to that, just listen and be honest about it. Which of us sounds like we know more about the official story? I would argue that I know more about the official story than that guy does, but he's the one paying money to be indoctrinated with it. This is crazy, crazy stuff, Guy. What say you?
I'm totally with you. I wonder what year is he in with his study there, the degree course?
25 years old. Then, if he's still at university, he'd probably either be in postgrad or is a mature age student. So I don't know, but like
he sounds a bit older than 25. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. VB, what did you make of our friend Chad from Florida?
Just your average inept kid. I mean, when he said that he was studying biology, that could mean anything. That could mean that he's going to get a phlebotomist degree to draw blood at a hospital for employment. That doesn't mean he's going to be like a brain surgeon or a animal skeletal studies or something like that,
Did you get the impression that Chad means well? Because I did. I get the impression that he's like a lot of these people. They truly believe that they've got the truth, and they think it's their job to evangelize, to spread their message of truth to us, the heathens who don't know their truths. I reckon he's probably a nice enough guy. I've met many people like him who they have full faith in what they're told is science, and that's why they're here. They're not really here to troll or anything. They actually believe they're doing the right thing, VB. What say you?
Yeah, but it puzzles me. If you're indoctrinated enough to want to proselytize that stuff because you think you understand it, like he kept saying, shouldn't you also be the kind of person that at least questions at least one element of what you're taught in that big indoctrination? At least one.
Yeah, it makes me suspicious. I mean, is there any event ever that has happened that hasn't sat well with him, or one element of one event ever that has not sat well with Chad? I don't know. Maybe not. But Orlando had a lot of elements that just didn't make any sense. And, crisis acting, people with crisis acting backgrounds that were involved as witnesses or whatever in that shooting, has popped up numerous times. I don't know how he that doesn't arouse his interest in any way.
Our friend Chad is now back in the live chat. Looks like there wasn't a problem with his computer. He just had enough of the questions, I suppose. And in the live chat, Tyson Miller says, it's not your fault that you've been miseducated. Maxwell Smart says that Chad is a victim of Jewish pop culture. And let's see, Ellie says that flags will fly at half-mast tomorrow, not for the victims of today's tragedy, but for Chad. So it looks as though a lot of people in the live chat, they've decided that he didn't convince them that they evolved from apes or ape-like creatures. And he tried. At least he tried. We'll give him credit. He did come on here onto what he could have imagined would be a hostile panel, and at least he tried. The truth is, you can take third-year students from a science degree at just about any university around the world, and if you force them to answer the questions that we put to Chad, they get messed up pretty badly, Guy.
Sure.
I mean, that's the reality, and it's not their fault. I mean, I went to university thinking that was a place where I could learn about the truths of the world. It's a university, you know what I mean? It's built up to be this great place, and you're going to go there and you're going to become smart. Never occurs to these people to question what they're being told. In a way, you can't really blame them for regurgitating the nonsense psychobabble that they do, because only a few years ago, that was me too.
Yep.
You know, he asked me, what do I believe? And I said, well, I don't know where we came from, dude. All I know is that I used to believe what you believe until I started scrutinizing it, and then I stopped believing in it. Most people aren't going to scrutinize what they're told, especially when you've paid $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 for the degree. You need to use that degree for a job to pay back the debt. Hopefully one day buy yourself a house and become more than just a serf. You can't really blame people for wanting to believe in their indoctrination. So, Chad, if you're out there, mate, you're not my enemy. I mean, I'm happy to have this kind of discussion anytime you like, but it's going to end the same way every time. It's going to end with me asking you for evidence and you failing to provide it. But you're not my enemy, and hopefully you can see that the people in the live chat, they're not your enemy either, bro. A lot of us are just trying to find out where we are, who we are, why we're here, how we got here, what's going on, why these things are happening, etc. And many of us don't pretend to have the answers. I certainly don't. I don't know where we came from, and I don't know why we're here, but I do know that since I realized that I'm not just a highly evolved ape on a giant spinning ball hurtling around the sun on land that 66 million years ago was inhabited by giant dino birds, since I discovered that, a lot of things make a lot more sense and I'm a lot happier. And really, that's what it's all about. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go around the panel, get our final thoughts in, and wrap this show up. We'll go last in, first out. So, Guy, you joined us late. Any final thoughts for this particular show? And is there any way that people can find your work online?
Yeah, just with Orlando, I think you and Sam were talking about some of the statistical stuff on Istanbul that had suddenly gone missing during this current event. But in any case, in not only Orlando, but not only the whole Orange County, I think it might have been Orlando itself. There was a whole lot of police database stuff that's usually on public record about how many people died and that sort of thing. But all of that footage from that database dropped out and disappeared for the 3 hours or more of that shooting, and completely disappeared. So that's another interesting thing that's gone on there.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, this is
no cameras.
This is your debut on the John LeBon channel, and possibly in Google Hangouts. I'm not too sure. Any final thoughts you want to leave the listeners with?
Yeah, no cameras in the Pulse nightclub. That was pretty crazy that a nightclub could have no security cameras whatsoever. So it's another interesting anomaly.
No closed caption television cameras, just like the Link Cafe in Sydney. Well, Guy, thank you for joining us. We'll have a chat off the air at some point, hopefully organise another show at some point in the future and have a proper chat. Today was a little bit skewy, but I do thank you for taking the time to get in touch. And over to VB there in Florida. I know you had a lot of things to ask our friend Chad, but I really wanted to get a couple of lines of inquiry out of the way, and then he dropped out there. But for your second live event, live hangout, any final thoughts for the listeners?
Yeah, well, I always have a lot of fun every time I talk with you, man. And this has been really fun for me, the second time on the air with you. I really appreciate you having me on. And it was really nice meeting with you too, Guy, and all the other guests.
You too. It's a great honor to be here. Thanks, John, and thanks, Validation Boy.
And I'd just like to say, it's great that we were able to touch on some of the elements that we saw today on that Istanbul event, and I like that we were able to touch on Orlando a little bit. I just want to say both of those things are definitely a hoax. Orlando, the place is closed off. You can't get anywhere near the place. They're going to demolish it just like they do with Sandy Hook. Everything is the same. And I have a channel. It's 2 separate words, Validation Boy, if you want to go hear some of my commentaries. And I've just had a really good time. Thanks for getting me on here.
No worries, mate. Well, what I'll do is I'll provide a link to your channel in the info box below, so those who haven't already done so can go and check it out. There are some very interesting videos there to do with people like Einstein. In fact, I'll make sure the link I provide in the info box is to Einstein and the relativity deception. Highly recommend people go and check that out. Now, as for my final thoughts, I'd like to say a huge thanks to everybody who's been part of the show. Obviously, we went live with Sam right at the start, and it was Sam and I who did the Orlando one at the start last time as well, which went really well. So Sam down there in Sydney, hell of a guy, and I thank him for taking part. Peekay made a bit of a cameo appearance as well, and he had some interesting information about David Weiss and the work that they're doing, talking to alleged wise sages who have evidence that people died at these events. So if that does come to light soon, I'll link to that in the info box. So thanks to both Peekay and to Sam, and then to Guy VB and Chad as well. Thanks for all for taking part. Even Chad. I mean, Chad comes along, takes courage to get on board a live chat like this, and he was actually pretty respectful. Like, he didn't really do too much interrupting or anything. He just didn't have much evidence to back up his claims, but I think he's probably a nice guy. And, I do thank him for taking the time to join us tonight. Thanks to all the listeners. We had about 200 at one point, I think, even 120 as we close out the show. So if you are new to the John LeBon channel, make sure you check out the other videos that are there. I've got another channel as well, John LeBon Extra, and some big information, some exciting news. JohnLeBon.com is now live. So I've performed what we call a soft launch. I've let a few people know about the website and encouraged them to check it out. But over the next coming days and weeks, I'll be rolling that one out more big time. But JohnLeBon.com, you can go ahead, leave your comments there, and get involved in the discussion. That's the main thing I'm trying to achieve with the channel and with the videos that I do, is get more people to get involved in the discussion, ask questions, give answers, do research, try and come up with something that can be backed by the research that you've done, and listen to the thoughts of others. And hey, if you're someone out there and you think we can prove that we are all evolved from ape-like creatures and we live on a giant spinning ball, I'm all ears. I'm happy to hear anything. Just make sure you bring some evidence with you. And if you've got some good stuff, take it to johnlebon.com and we'll have a chat. But that's it for today on the 29th of June, 2016. This has been the shooting, the bombing in Turkey, the Istanbul bombing live coverage event, and it went in many different places. It's been a lot of fun. I'm going to wrap it up right now. Until next time, everybody, make sure you take care of yourselves, and I'll see you on the next one.